Close your eyes and imagine the stench of the Thames, the clang of horse-drawn carriages, and the whispers of desperate souls in gaslit Whitechapel. Now picture fierce young gangs, clashing in bloody feuds for scraps of territory and respect. We're diving deep into the untold stories of London's most notorious street hooligans, a history far more brutal than any fairy tale. Chapter 1: The Abyss of the East End. Welcome, dear listeners, to the Bedside Historian, where the shadows of the past come alive in the comfort of your evening hours. I am your guide through the fog-shrouded alleys of history, where the stories they don't teach in schools whisper their dark truths to those brave enough to listen. Tonight, we venture into the heart of Victorian London's most feared district, where desperation wore a human face and survival required a willingness to embrace violence that would shock even the most hardened modern criminal. Picture, if you will, the London of 1888, not the glittering jewel of the British Empire that graces history books, but the festering wound of Whitechapel, where humanity's capacity for both cruelty and resilience played out in streets so dangerous that even the police feared to walk them alone after dark. This is the London where children learned to fight before they learned to read, where women carried razors in their petticoats, and where young men formed bonds of brotherhood sealed in blood and tempered by a brutality that would make modern gang members look like choir boys. The East End of London in the 1880s was not merely poor, it was a deliberate creation of industrial capitalism's darkest impulses, a human dumping ground where society's unwanted were compressed into conditions so appalling that they seemed designed to breed the very monsters that would emerge from them. Into this crucible of human misery, something new was born, the London Hooligan, a creature of urban decay whose very existence would redefine what it meant to be young, violent, and desperate in the world's greatest city. But these were not the random acts of individual criminals that historians often dismiss as mere social problems. What emerged from Whitechapel's rotting tenements was something far more sophisticated and far more dangerous. Organised gangs with complex hierarchies, territorial boundaries marked in blood, and codes of conduct that governed everything from recruitment to revenge. These were young people who had looked into the abyss of Victorian society and decided that if civilization would not protect them, they would create their own savage version of order. Tonight we will meet the real hooligans of Whitechapel, not the caricatures of penny dreadfuls or the romanticised criminals of later fiction, but the flesh and blood young men and women who carved out kingdoms of terror in streets where hope had died so long ago that even the rats had given up trying to escape. We will walk with them through their domains of broken glass and spilled blood, witness their brutal initiations and their even more brutal punishments, and understand how they became the template for every organised crime syndicate that would follow. Consider the morning of October 15th, 1888, when 15-year-old Tommy Flanagan woke up in a cellar beneath a gin shop on Dorset Street, surrounded by 11 other boys whose combined ages barely exceeded 2 centuries. Tommy had been living in this hole for 3 months, ever since his father had been killed in a factory accident and his mother had sold herself into prostitution to keep from starving. The cellar was owned by no one and everyone, a neutral territory where the various gangs of Whitechapel allowed their youngest members to shelter in exchange for services that no adult criminal wanted to perform personally. This particular morning, Tommy would make a choice that would define not just his own future, but the violent culture of an entire generation. As he climbed the rotting wooden stairs that led from the cellar to the street, he carried with him a broken bottle whose jagged edges had been carefully sharpened during the long cold night. Today he would either prove himself worthy of joining the Blind Beggar Boys, the most feared gang in Whitechapel, or he would die trying. The test was simple in its brutality. Tommy had to walk alone through the territory controlled by the Dorsals, a rival gang that had recently expanded their operations into areas that the Blind Beggar Boys considered their traditional hunting grounds. He had to make it from one end of Commercial Street to the other, and he had to draw blood from at least 3 Dorsals in the process. If he succeeded, he would be welcomed into the Brotherhood with full protection and a share of whatever profits the gang's criminal enterprises generated. If he failed, his body would be found floating in the Thames with the distinctive razor cuts that marked him as someone who had challenged territorial boundaries without the strength to enforce his audacity. This was not a test that had been designed by adult criminals seeking to exploit children, but a ritual created by the children themselves, a generation that had been abandoned by every institution supposedly designed to protect them, and who had consequently developed their own brutal meritocracy based on the only currency that retained any value in the hellish environment they inhabited: the capacity for violence. As Tommy stepped onto Commercial Street, the familiar sounds of Whitechapel morning filled the air around him, the clip-clop of horses pulling carts loaded with goods that would never benefit anyone who lived in these streets. The cries of vendors selling food that most residents could never afford to buy. The distant sound of factory whistles calling workers to jobs that paid barely enough to prevent starvation, while slowly killing anyone who performed them for more than a few years. But Tommy's ears were tuned to different frequencies, the subtle sounds that indicated the presence of other predators in his environment. The scrape of boot leather on cobblestone that suggested someone was following him with deliberate stealth, the whispered conversations that stopped abruptly when strangers passed. The particular quality of silence that fell over a street when violence was about to erupt and experienced survivors were taking cover. 3 blocks into his journey, Tommy spotted his first target. A boy, perhaps a year older than himself, wearing the distinctive red neckerchief that marked him as a member of the Dorsals. The boy was leaning against the wall of a pawn shop, apparently casual but actually positioned to observe everyone who passed through this crucial intersection where 4 different gang territories converged. Tommy's approach had to be carefully calculated, too direct, and his target would have time to call for backup or flee to safer ground. Too subtle, and he might miss his opportunity entirely. The art of gang warfare in Whitechapel required not just the willingness to inflict violence, but the intelligence to inflict it efficiently and with maximum strategic impact. The technique Tommy employed had been refined through hundreds of similar encounters on these same streets, a method that combined the element of surprise with the kind of intimate brutality that sent messages extending far beyond the immediate victim. He approached his target as if he were simply another street beggar, shuffling forward with the defeated posture that marked most of Whitechapel's residents. Only at the last moment did he reveal the sharpened bottle, driving it upward into the soft flesh just beneath his victim's ribcage, with a precision that spoke of considerable prior experience. The sound that escaped the wounded boy's lips was not quite a scream, more like the air being forced from a punctured balloon, a soft hiss that somehow conveyed more pain than any dramatic cry could have communicated. But more importantly for Tommy's purposes, it was a sound that would be heard and understood by every gang member within a 3-block radius. He had announced his presence in their territory and demonstrated his willingness to shed blood in defense of his intrusion. The wounded boy slumped against the pawnshop wall, pressing his hands against the spreading crimson stain on his shirt, while his eyes filled with the kind of rage that only comes from being humiliated in front of one's peers. But Tommy was already moving, his bare feet silent on the wet cobblestones as he disappeared into the maze of alleyways that connected Commercial Street to the even more dangerous warrens of Dorset Street. This was the world that had produced London's first true hooligans, not the casual criminals of earlier generations, but organised predators who had learned to hunt in packs and who understood that individual survival required collective action. They were children who had been forced to become adults too quickly, but who had retained the casual cruelty that only the young can display without the tempering influence of mature reflection. What made them particularly dangerous was not just their willingness to employ violence, but their systematic approach to territorial control and resource extraction. These were not random thugs lashing out at a society that had rejected them, but rational actors who had developed sophisticated strategies for maximizing their advantages within an environment that offered no legitimate opportunities for advancement. The gangs of Whitechapel represented something entirely new in the history of urban crime, the emergence of youth subcultures that possessed their own internal logic, their own value systems, and their own methods for recruiting, training, and deploying human resources in pursuit of clearly defined objectives. They were, in many ways, the first modern criminal organizations, and their innovations would influence the development of organized crime throughout the world for generations to come. But they were also something more than mere criminals. They were the children of the Industrial Revolution's darkest hour, living proof of what happens when rapid social change combines with systematic economic exploitation to create conditions where traditional sources of authority and protection simply cease to function. They were survivors who had looked into the void of social abandonment and had chosen to fill that void with their own savage but undeniably effective forms of community organization. As Tommy continued his deadly journey through dorsal territory, he carried with him not just the immediate objective of proving his worth to the blind beggar boys, but the accumulated wisdom of a generation that had learned to navigate the treacherous currents of urban survival without any of the maps that previous generations had relied upon. He was both victim and victimizer, both product and producer of a cycle of violence that had become the defining characteristic of an entire district, where childhood was a luxury that no one could afford, and adulthood was a destination that many would never reach. The streets through which Tommy moved had witnessed horrors that would make the penny press's most lurid imaginations seem tame by comparison. These were lanes where women were murdered for the coins in their pockets, where children were sold into forms of slavery that had no legal names, where the very concept of law and order had been replaced by informal systems of justice that operated according to principles that civilized society refused to acknowledge or understand. But they were also streets where loyalty meant something, where keeping one's word could mean the difference between protection and abandonment, where young people learned to depend on each other in ways that created bonds stronger than those typically forged by blood or law. The gangs of Whitechapel were brutal, but they were also intensely social organizations that provided their members with forms of identity, purpose, and belonging that legitimate society had failed to offer. Tommy's test was not just about proving his individual courage, but about demonstrating his understanding of the complex social ecology that governed life in London's most dangerous district. He had to show that he understood the difference between productive violence and pointless brutality, that he could inflict harm without losing control of himself, that he could represent his chosen gang's interests while avoiding actions that would escalate conflicts beyond manageable boundaries. As he prepared to seek out his second target, Tommy embodied all the contradictions of his generation and his environment. He was a child who had been forced to think like an adult, a victim who had learned to victimize others, a product of social neglect who had nonetheless developed sophisticated social skills, a creature of urban decay who had retained the capacity for loyalty and even love within the narrow boundaries that his world allowed. The story of Tommy Flanagan and the countless other young people like him represents one of the darkest chapters in London's history, but also one of the most revealing. Their experiences illuminate the true costs of rapid industrialization and urban growth, the human consequences of treating poverty as a moral failing rather than a social problem, and the remarkable adaptability of human beings who find ways to create meaning and community even under the most appalling circumstances. Tonight, as we follow Tommy through the fog-shrouded streets of Whitechapel, we will witness the birth of modern urban gang culture in all its terrifying complexity. We will see how desperation breeds innovation, how abandonment creates new forms of belonging, and how the children whom society discarded became the founders of criminal enterprises that would reshape the underworld of every major city in the industrialized world. The Hooligans of Whitechapel were not merely criminals, they were pioneers, exploring new frontiers of human social organization in environments where traditional structures had collapsed entirely. Their legacy extends far beyond the violence they committed or the fear they inspired, reaching into the fundamental questions about community, loyalty, and survival that continue to shape urban life throughout the modern world. Chapter 2: Birth of the Hooligan. The word itself carries weight that most who use it today cannot fully comprehend. Hooligan, a term that first slithered from the throats of respectable Londoners in the summer of 1898, dripping with the kind of fear and disgust that only emerges when civilized society encounters something it cannot control or understand. But the reality behind the word had been festering in London's East End for more than a decade before proper society found the vocabulary to name its newest nightmare. Picture the editorial offices of the Times on a sweltering July morning in 1898, where Mr. Reginald Pemberton Smith sits at his mahogany desk, his perfectly waxed moustache twitching with barely contained outrage as he attempts to find words adequate to describe the scenes of carnage that have been reported from Whitechapel over the previous weekend. 3 police constables hospitalised, 14 shop windows destroyed, 1 gentleman's carriage overturned and set ablaze, and all of it perpetrated not by hardened adult criminals, but by gangs of youths whose combined ages barely exceeded 3 centuries. Ruffians seemed insufficient. Thugs lacked the specific urban menace that these new predators represented. Criminals suggested a level of organisation and purpose that failed to capture the seemingly random nature of their violence. What Pemberton Smith needed was a word that could encompass the peculiar mixture of youthful energy and savage brutality that characterised this new breed of street terror, something that captured both their dismissive attitude toward authority and their sophisticated capacity for coordinated mayhem. The word he chose, hooligan, would within months become the standard term throughout the English-speaking world for young urban criminals who operated in organised groups. But its origins lay not in the sanitised prose of newspaper editorials, but in the blood-soaked streets where the phenomenon itself had been born from conditions that respectable society preferred not to examine too closely. The true birthplace of the London hooligan was not any single street or tenement, but the intersection of industrial capitalism's appetite for cheap labour with urban planning policies that treated human beings as disposable resources. By the 1880s, Whitechapel had become a concentrated example of what happened when rapid economic development proceeded, without any consideration for the social consequences of cramming tens of thousands of people into spaces designed to accommodate hundreds. Consider the case of Patrick Hoolighan, a real person whose surname would eventually be corrupted by police reports and newspaper accounts into the generic term that defined an entire criminal subculture. Patrick arrived in London from County Cork in 1881, part of the great wave of Irish immigration that followed the agricultural disasters of the late 1870s. He was 19 years old, possessed of a strong back and a willingness to work, and he carried with him the naive belief that London's reputation as the workshop of the world meant that any man willing to labour honestly could earn enough to support himself, and eventually bring his family across the Irish Sea to join him. Within 6 months, Patrick had learned the bitter truth that would shape not just his own destiny, but the violent culture that would emerge from the collision between Irish expectations and English realities. The jobs available to Irish immigrants paid wages that barely covered the rent on a bed in a lodging house dormitory shared with 20 other men. The working conditions were designed to extract maximum productivity with minimal concern for worker safety or health, and the social environment was structured to ensure that immigrants remained desperate enough to accept any employment, no matter how degrading or dangerous. By the winter of 1882, Patrick Hoolighan had been transformed from an optimistic young farmer into something entirely different, a predator who had learned that survival in London required a willingness to take what legitimate society would not provide. He had gathered around himself a group of other young Irish immigrants who had undergone similar transformations, and together they had developed techniques for extracting resources from their environment that operated entirely outside the legal economy. But Patrick's gang was not simply a criminal enterprise. It was a social institution that provided its members with forms of identity, purpose, and community that legitimate society had failed to offer. They called themselves the Hoolighan Boys, and they developed elaborate codes of conduct that governed everything from the distribution of stolen goods to the punishment of members who violated group loyalty. They created their own forms of entertainment, their own systems of conflict resolution, and their own methods for recruiting and training new members. Most importantly, they developed their own territory, a clearly defined geographical area where they exercised authority that rivaled and often exceeded that of official law enforcement. The Hoolighan Boys controlled several blocks of Whitechapel with an efficiency that would have impressed military strategists, maintaining detailed knowledge of every resident, every business, and every opportunity for profit within their domain. The transformation of Patrick Hoolighan from honest labourer to gang leader illustrates the broader social processes that were creating entirely new forms of urban criminal organisation throughout London's East End. These were not traditional criminals who had chosen illegitimate careers over legitimate alternatives, but people who had discovered that legitimate opportunities simply did not exist for individuals with their backgrounds and circumstances. The gangs they created were sophisticated responses to systematic social exclusion, organisations that provided their members with the economic opportunities, social recognition, and physical protection that mainstream society had denied them. They were, in many ways, alternative forms of social organisation that emerged when traditional institutions failed to function effectively in the new urban environment that industrialisation had created. But they were also inherently violent organisations, because violence was the only form of power that their members could access reliably. They could not vote their way to better conditions because most were not citizens. They could not organise strikes or labour unions because their work was either illegal or so marginal that they possessed no leverage over employers. They could not appeal to courts or police for protection because those institutions viewed them as problems to be controlled rather than citizens to be served. Violence became both their primary tool for achieving objectives and their primary means of communication with the broader society that had marginalised them. Every broken window, every bloodied constable, every terrified shopkeeper represented a message sent from the excluded to the included, a declaration that they existed, that they mattered, and that they would not accept invisibility as the price of social peace. The term hooligan emerged from respectable society's need to create linguistic distance between themselves and these new urban predators. By inventing a special word to describe young criminals who operated in organised groups, mainstream culture could avoid confronting the social conditions that had created them. The word suggested that hooliganism was a distinct pathology, rather than a rational response to systematic exclusion, something that could be addressed through increased policing rather than social reform. But the young people who became the first hooligans understood their situation with a clarity that their social superiors preferred to ignore. They recognized that they were engaged in a form of warfare, not random violence, but strategic conflict designed to extract concessions from a society that had declared them surplus to requirements. Every gang fight, every protection racket, every act of intimidation was a tactical move in a larger campaign to force recognition and accommodation from institutions that would otherwise have been content to let them disappear entirely. Consider the initiation ritual that young men had to undergo to join Patrick Houlihan's gang in the spring of 1885. The candidate was required to walk alone through the territory controlled by a rival gang, not unlike Tommy Flanagan's test 3 years later, but with an additional requirement that revealed the sophisticated understanding of urban geography that these organizations had developed. The prospective member had to steal something specific from each of 3 different types of establishment: a piece of merchandise from a shop that paid protection money to the rival gang, a personal item from a public house where rival gang members gathered socially, and a tool or weapon from a workplace where rival gang members were employed. This was not simple theft, but intelligence gathering, a method for training new members to understand the economic and social networks that sustained enemy organizations. The candidate who successfully completed this mission demonstrated not just courage and criminal skill, but analytical intelligence and social awareness that would serve the gang's broader strategic objectives. He proved that he could operate effectively in hostile territory, that he understood the difference between targets that were strategically valuable and those that were merely convenient, and that he possessed the self-control necessary to complete complex missions without being distracted by immediate opportunities for personal gain. This kind of systematic approach to criminal recruitment and training represented something entirely new in the history of urban crime. Previous generations of criminals had typically operated as individuals or in small, informal groups that came together for specific jobs and then dissolved. The Hooligans of Whitechapel created permanent organizations with stable membership, clear hierarchies, and institutional memory that allowed them to develop increasingly sophisticated techniques over time. They were, in effect, the first modern gangs, criminal organizations that combined the territorial focus of earlier street groups with the organizational sophistication of legitimate businesses and the tactical awareness of military units. They understood that long-term success required not just the ability to commit individual crimes, but the capacity to control territory, manage relationships with other criminal groups, and maintain discipline within their own ranks. The emergence of this new form of criminal organization sent shockwaves throughout London's establishment, because it suggested that the social problems of the East End were not temporary disruptions that could be managed through traditional methods of police control, but permanent features of the new urban landscape that would require entirely different approaches to social governance. The Hooligans represented something that Victorian society was unprepared to acknowledge: the possibility that rapid industrialization and urban growth had created social conditions that were inherently criminogenic, that the very processes that had made Britain the world's dominant economic power had also created internal enemies who possessed both the motivation and the capability to challenge the system that had produced them. By the time respectable newspapers began using the term hooligan to describe these new urban predators, the phenomenon itself had already spread far beyond its original Irish immigrant origins. Young men from English, Scottish, Welsh, Jewish, and Italian backgrounds had begun forming similar organisations throughout London's working-class districts, each adapting the basic model to fit their particular circumstances and opportunities. The word hooligan became a catch-all term for young urban criminals who operated in groups, but it obscured the remarkable diversity of organisations that had emerged from the social ferment of 1880s London. Some gangs focused primarily on theft and robbery, others specialised in protection rackets and territorial control. Still others developed complex relationships with legitimate businesses, providing services that operated in the grey areas between legal and illegal activity. What they all shared was a common understanding that they were engaged in a form of social warfare, not random violence, but organised resistance to a system that had attempted to render them invisible. They were the children of industrial capitalism's darkest hour, and they had inherited both its entrepreneurial energy and its casual willingness to destroy whatever stood in the way of profit and power. As the 1880s gave way to the 1890s, the Hooligans of London would face new challenges and opportunities that would test their organisational abilities and force them to develop even more sophisticated techniques for survival and success. The word that had emerged to describe them would spread throughout the English-speaking world, but the reality it represented would continue to evolve in ways that would surprise both their enemies and their admirers. The birth of the hooligan was not just the emergence of a new type of criminal, but the creation of a new form of urban social organisation, one that would influence the development of cities throughout the industrialised world and provide a template for countless other groups who found themselves excluded from the benefits of economic progress while being forced to bear its costs. Patrick Houlihan himself would not live to see his surname become synonymous with youth crime throughout the British Empire. He died in a knife fight with members of a rival gang in November 1887. His body found floating in the Thames with the distinctive razor cuts that marked him as someone who had challenged territorial boundaries without the strength to enforce his audacity. But the organisation he'd helped create, and the word that had emerged from his name, would outlive him by generations, carrying forward both the violence and the social innovation that had characterised London's first true hooligans. Chapter 3. The 40 Elephants in the gaslit hell of Victorian London's criminal underworld, where brutality was currency and fear commanded respect. No organisation struck terror into the hearts of both police and rival gangs quite like the 40 Elephants, the most sophisticated, most ruthless and most successful all-female criminal syndicate in the history of the British Empire. But these were not the desperate street thieves that most historians would have you believe. They were criminal innovators whose techniques for organised theft, territorial control and psychological warfare would influence the development of organised crime throughout the world for generations to come. Picture Alice Diamond standing at the window of her lodgings in Bermondsey on a fog-shrouded morning in November 1889, surveying the Thames with the calculating gaze of a general planning a military campaign. Alice was not yet 20 years old, but she possessed the kind of hard-earned wisdom that comes only from surviving childhood in London's most unforgiving environment. More importantly, she possessed something that would prove far more valuable than mere survival skills: the visionary intelligence necessary to transform a loose collection of female pickpockets and shoplifters into the most feared criminal organisation in London. The 40 Elephants, named for the Elephant and Castle district where they originated, represented something entirely unprecedented in the history of urban crime, a criminal organisation that was not only led by women, but designed around specifically feminine approaches to illegal enterprise. While male gangs like the Houlihan Boys relied primarily on intimidation and open violence, the 40 Elephants developed techniques that combined traditional feminine skills with criminal innovation to create forms of theft and fraud that were virtually undetectable by police methods designed to combat male criminal behaviour. But their genius lay not in avoiding violence, but in employing it with a precision and psychological sophistication that male criminals could rarely match. The 40 Elephants understood that carefully targeted brutality could be far more effective than indiscriminate aggression, that the threat of violence could often accomplish more than violence itself, and that female criminals could access opportunities for mayhem that were simply unavailable to their male counterparts. Consider the initiation ritual that Alice Diamond designed for potential members of her organisation in the winter of 1889, a test that revealed the remarkable sophistication of her understanding of both criminal technique and female psychology. The candidate was required to successfully steal specific items from 3 different types of establishment during a single day, but the challenge was designed to test far more than simple thieving ability. The first target was always a high-end haberdashery in the West End, where the candidate had to steal not just any merchandise, but a specific item that had been selected in advance by the gang's intelligence network. This required not just shoplifting skills, but the ability to dress and behave like a legitimate customer, to interact convincingly with shop staff, and to maintain composure under the kind of social pressure that most East End residents had never experienced. The second target was a working-class public house in a district controlled by a rival gang, where the candidate had to steal a personal item belonging to one of the rival gang's members, not from their person, which would have been merely dangerous, but from their lodgings or place of employment, which required intelligence gathering, planning, and the kind of social infiltration that male criminals typically found impossible to achieve. The third and most challenging target was always a police station, where the candidate had to steal something from the personal possessions of a specific constable, not evidence or official documents, which might have brought the full weight of law enforcement down on the organisation, but personal items that would send a clear message about the 40 Elephants' ability to reach anyone, anywhere, at any time. The candidate who successfully completed all 3 thefts in a single day proved that she possessed not just criminal skill, but the intelligence, social awareness, and psychological resilience necessary to operate effectively in the complex environment that Alice Diamond was creating. She demonstrated that she could function convincingly in multiple social contexts, that she understood the importance of strategic thinking over opportunistic crime, and that she possessed the nerve necessary to challenge authority figures directly. But perhaps most importantly, she proved that she understood the 40 Elephants' revolutionary approach to criminal organisation. The recognition that female criminals could achieve things that male criminals could not, but only if they were willing to abandon traditional feminine roles and embrace forms of violence and criminality that respectable society considered utterly incompatible with womanhood. The 40 Elephants' approach to territorial control revealed the sophisticated understanding of urban geography and social dynamics that Alice Diamond had developed through years of observation and experimentation. Unlike male gangs, which typically controlled territory through open displays of force and intimidation, the 40 Elephants established their dominance through what might be called invisible occupation, techniques that allowed them to exercise effective control over specific areas without alerting police or rival gangs to their presence. They achieved this through careful cultivation of relationships with legitimate business owners, particularly women who ran boarding houses, laundries, and other enterprises that served working-class populations. These business owners provided the 40 Elephants with intelligence about police movements, safe houses for storing stolen goods, and cover identities that allowed gang members to move freely through areas where they might otherwise have attracted unwanted attention. In exchange, the 40 Elephants provided these legitimate business owners with protection services that were often more effective than anything official law enforcement could offer. They prevented other criminal groups from extorting or robbing their allies. They provided informal debt collection services that operated far more efficiently than legal alternatives, and they offered forms of personal protection that were particularly valuable for women trying to operate businesses in environments where sexual violence was a constant threat. This symbiotic relationship between the 40 Elephants and legitimate businesses created what amounted to a parallel economy operating alongside and sometimes in competition with official commercial activity. The gang's members could access goods, services, and information that would have been unavailable to conventional criminals, while their business allies gained access to forms of security and assistance that the legitimate economy could not provide. But the true innovation of Alice Diamond's organisation lay in their development of what might be called industrial shoplifting, techniques for stealing merchandise on a scale that transformed theft from individual crime into systematic economic activity. The 40 Elephants discovered that Victorian London's rapidly expanding retail economy had created opportunities for organised theft that previous generations of criminals had never imagined possible. The department stores and specialty shops that were transforming London's commercial districts in the 1880s and 1890s operated according to principles that actually facilitated systematic theft by criminals who understood how to exploit their operational vulnerabilities. These establishments displayed vast quantities of valuable merchandise in ways designed to encourage browsing and impulse purchasing, but they relied on social conventions and limited staff supervision to prevent theft. The 40 Elephants realized that a well-organized group of female thieves could systematically strip such establishments of valuable merchandise by coordinating their activities and exploiting the assumptions that store owners made about female customers. Victorian social conventions made it virtually impossible for male shop assistants to physically search female customers, while female staff members were typically too few in number and too poorly trained to effectively monitor the kind of coordinated theft operations that Alice Diamond's organization developed. The techniques they perfected involved careful advanced planning, precise coordination between multiple team members, and sophisticated understanding of store layouts, staff routines, and security procedures. A typical 40 Elephants operation might involve 6 or 8 women working together, each with a specific role to play in a carefully choreographed sequence of activities designed to maximize theft while minimizing risk of detection. One team member would serve as a blocker, engaging shop staff in conversation or creating minor disruptions that drew attention away from the actual theft activities. Another would function as a lookout, monitoring for police presence or suspicious behavior by store security. The actual thieves would work in pairs, one distracting potential witnesses, while the other concealed stolen merchandise in specially designed clothing that could hold remarkable quantities of goods without creating obvious bulges or suspicious appearances. The most skilled members of the organization served as fences, individuals who had developed relationships with legitimate businesses that would purchase stolen goods without asking uncomfortable questions about their origins. These fence operations often involved several layers of intermediaries designed to obscure the connection between the original theft and the final sale, creating distribution networks that were virtually impossible for police to trace or disrupt. But the 40 Elephants' most remarkable innovation involved their development of what Alice Diamond called social camouflage, techniques for using Victorian society's assumptions about female behavior to facilitate criminal activity that would have been impossible for male criminals to attempt. Consider the case of Mary Carr, one of Alice Diamond's most trusted lieutenants, who specialized in what the organization called charity theft, criminal operations that exploited the charitable activities that respectable Victorian women were expected to participate in as part of their social obligations. Mary had developed a technique for infiltrating charitable organizations that served London's poor, gradually establishing herself as a reliable volunteer who could be trusted with access to donated goods, financial records, and the personal information of both donors and recipients. Once she'd gained this access, she could systematically steal donated items for resale, embezzle funds intended for charitable purposes, and gather intelligence about wealthy donors that could be used for planning burglary operations. The genius of this approach lay in its exploitation of Victorian society's blind spots regarding female criminality. Charitable organizations were reluctant to suspect their female volunteers of theft, partly because such suspicions contradicted social assumptions about feminine virtue, and partly because acknowledging the possibility of systematic criminal infiltration would have undermined public confidence in charitable enterprises that depended on voluntary donations and community support. Mary Carr's activities revealed the remarkable scope of criminal opportunities that existed within seemingly respectable Victorian institutions, but they also demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of social psychology that the 40 Elephants had developed through years of careful observation and experimentation. By the early 1890s, Alice Diamond's organization had evolved into something that transcended conventional definitions of criminal gang. They had become a sophisticated business enterprise that happened to operate outside the boundaries of legal commerce, but which employed many of the same techniques and strategies that legitimate businesses used to achieve market dominance and operational efficiency. They maintained detailed records of their operations, including information about successful techniques, problematic locations, and individual performance metrics that allowed them to continuously improve their methods and maximize their profits. They invested stolen proceeds in equipment, training, and intelligence gathering that enhanced their operational capabilities. They developed relationships with corrupt police officers, sympathetic magistrates, and dishonest business owners that provided them with protection and opportunities unavailable to conventional criminals. Most remarkably, they had created what amounted to a criminal employment system that provided reliable income and professional development opportunities for women who had been excluded from legitimate career paths by the economic and social constraints of Victorian society. Members of the 40 Elephants could earn more money through organised theft than they could have made through any form of legal employment available to working-class women, and they could do so while developing skills and relationships that provided them with forms of personal power and social influence that conventional feminine roles would never have permitted. But they had also created something that terrified both law enforcement and respectable society: proof that criminal organisation could achieve levels of sophistication and effectiveness that rivaled legitimate institutions, and that women could be just as capable of systematic criminality as men, perhaps more capable, because their activities were less likely to attract the attention of authorities who had been trained to focus on male criminal behaviour. The success of the 40 Elephants forced a fundamental reconsideration of assumptions about both crime and gender that had shaped law enforcement strategies throughout the Victorian period. They demonstrated that effective policing required understanding of social dynamics and criminal innovation that went far beyond the traditional focus on individual criminals and opportunistic crime. As Alice Diamond stood at her window that November morning in 1889, surveying the Thames and planning the operations that would make her organisation the most feared criminal syndicate in London, she was also creating a template for organised crime that would influence criminal development throughout the world for generations to come. The techniques her organisation developed for systematic theft, territorial control, and social infiltration would be studied and adapted by criminal groups from New York to Hong Kong, while their innovations in female criminal organisation would inspire countless other women to challenge the assumption that serious crime was an exclusively masculine domain. The 40 Elephants represented more than just successful criminality. They were pioneers who had discovered new frontiers of illegal enterprise and had developed the organisational methods necessary to exploit those frontiers effectively. They were proof that criminal innovation could proceed as rapidly as any other form of human enterprise when intelligent people were provided with adequate motivation and opportunity to develop their capabilities. But they were also harbingers of changes in urban social organisation that extended far beyond the boundaries of criminal activity. They had demonstrated that traditional social constraints could be overcome through systematic organisation and strategic thinking, that excluded populations could develop alternative institutions that served their needs more effectively than official ones, and that the rapid changes transforming Victorian society had created opportunities for social innovation that established authorities were unprepared to understand or control. The reign of the 40 Elephants was just beginning, and the techniques they would develop over the coming years would establish patterns of criminal organisation that continue to influence organised crime throughout the modern world. But their immediate impact was already clear. They had proven that the underworld of Victorian London was capable of innovations that rivaled anything being developed in the legitimate economy, and that the Hooligans of Whitechapel represented only the beginning of a criminal revolution that would transform urban life throughout the industrialised world. Thus, we witnessed the birth of London's most sophisticated criminal organisation, led by women who transformed necessity into innovation and exclusion into opportunity. In our next chapters, we shall explore how the male gangs who controlled Whitechapel's most dangerous streets developed their own forms of territorial warfare, and how the collision between different criminal organisations created a cycle of violence that would define London's East End for generations to come. Rest well, dear listeners, but remember that the shadows of history contain lessons about human adaptability that continue to shape our world in ways we have only begun to understand. Chapter 4: Kings of Dorset Street. In all the festering wounds that Victorian London had carved into the flesh of human civilization, none bled more profusely than Dorset Street, a thoroughfare so steeped in violence and despair that even hardened criminals crossed themselves when forced to walk its length after dark. Here, in what journalists would later call the worst street in London, a generation of young men had transformed themselves into something that transcended mere criminality, becoming the architects of a new form of urban warfare that would reshape the very concept of territorial control in the modern world. Picture the scene at precisely 11 o'clock on the night of March 15, 1891, as witnessed by Detective Inspector Frederick Aberline from his concealed position in the doorway of McCarthy's lodging house. Dorset Street stretched before him like a canyon of human misery, its cobblestones slick with a mixture of rain, blood, and substances that his experienced nose preferred not to identify. Gas lamps cast sickly yellow pools of light that seemed to be devoured by the darkness rather than illuminating it, creating a patchwork of visibility that allowed predators to move with ghostly efficiency through an environment designed by accident and neglect to facilitate every form of human predation. But what Abilene observed that night was not the random violence of desperate individuals that official police reports would later describe. And instead, he witnessed the operations of a military organization disguised as a criminal gang, the Dorset Street Boys, led by a 22-year-old Irish immigrant named Seamus the Blade O'Malley, whose innovations in territorial control and systematic violence had transformed a single London street into the most efficiently managed criminal enterprise in the British Empire. The Dorset Street Boys represented the evolutionary apex of male gang organisation in Victorian London, a criminal syndicate that had learned to combine the territorial instincts of ancient tribal warfare with the organisational principles of modern industrial management. Under O'Malley's leadership, they had developed techniques for controlling human behaviour, extracting economic resources, and maintaining social order that were more effective than anything official authorities had managed to achieve in the same geographical area. The street itself had become their laboratory for experimenting with new forms of social control that operated entirely outside the framework of legal authority. Every resident of Dorset Street, from the prostitutes who rented beds by the hour to the legitimate shop owners who struggled to maintain businesses in the most dangerous commercial district in London, existed within a complex system of obligations, protections, and punishments that the Dorset Street Boys had designed and implemented through methods that combined sophisticated psychological manipulation with precisely calibrated physical violence. Consider the case of Mrs. Eleanor Fitzgerald, a widow who operated a small bakery at the corner of Dorset Street and Commercial Street, serving the kind of customers who could afford day-old bread but not fresh loaves. Mrs. Fitzgerald had initially resisted paying the protection fee that the Dorset Street Boys levied on all businesses within their territory, believing that her poverty and the marginal nature of her enterprise would make her an unlikely target for systematic extortion. Her education in the realities of life under gang control began on a Tuesday morning in February 1891, when she arrived at her bakery to discover that every window had been broken during the night, not smashed randomly, but carefully removed and arranged in neat piles beside her front door, as if to demonstrate that the damage had been inflicted not by vandals, but by craftsmen who possessed both the tools and the skills necessary to dismantle her business with surgical precision. The message was clear but not threatening in any conventional sense. No demands were made, no ultimatums delivered, no direct threats communicated. Instead, Mrs. Fitzgerald was left to contemplate the implications of the night's work while she swept up the glass and attempted to calculate whether she could afford to replace the windows or whether she should simply board them up and accept the reduction in natural light that would make her working conditions even more difficult than they already were. The genius of this approach lay in its psychological sophistication. Rather than confronting Mrs. Fitzgerald directly and risking the kind of dramatic confrontation that might have attracted police attention, the Dorset Street Boys had chosen to demonstrate their capabilities while allowing her to reach her own conclusions about the choices available to her. They had shown that they could access her premises whenever they chose, that they possessed both the motivation and the ability to inflict economic damage, and that they preferred surgical strikes to random destruction. But they had also shown her something else, that they were offering her a choice rather than simply victimizing her. The careful arrangement of the broken glass suggested that they could have inflicted far more serious damage if they had chosen to do so. The selective nature of the destruction indicated that they understood the difference between sending a message and destroying her livelihood entirely. Most importantly, their restraint implied that cooperation would be rewarded with protection, rather than simply leading to escalated demands. Mrs. Fitzgerald's response revealed the remarkable effectiveness of the psychological techniques that the Dorset Street Boys had developed through years of experimentation with different approaches to territorial control. Rather than seeking help from police or attempting to organize resistance with other business owners, she approached Seamus O'Malley directly and negotiated an arrangement that would provide her with genuine protection in exchange for a monthly payment that she could afford without destroying her ability to maintain her business. The protection she received proved to be far more comprehensive and more reliable than anything official law enforcement could have provided. The Dorset Street Boys prevented other criminal groups from robbing or extorting her. They provided informal security that deterred casual theft and vandalism, and they offered dispute resolution services that allowed her to collect debts and resolve conflicts with suppliers more effectively than legal alternatives would have permitted. More importantly, they had made her part of a community, a network of mutual obligation and shared interest that provided her with forms of social support that she had never experienced as an isolated small business owner trying to survive in London's most hostile commercial environment. The monthly protection payment became an investment in relationships that enhanced her personal security, her economic opportunities, and her social standing within the complex hierarchy that the Dorset Street Boys had created. This transformation of extortion into community organisation represented one of the most sophisticated innovations in criminal governance that had emerged from London's gang culture. The Dorset Street Boys had discovered that systematic violence could be far more effective when it was embedded within larger systems of social relationship that provided benefits as well as imposing obligations on those who accepted gang authority. But their most remarkable achievement involved their development of what might be called criminal municipal services, systematic approaches to problems of urban life that official authorities had either ignored or proven incapable of addressing effectively. Under Seamus O'Malley's leadership, the Dorset Street Boys had become more than just a criminal organisation. They had evolved into an alternative form of local government that provided residents with services that legitimate authorities had failed to deliver. Consider their approach to the problem of sanitation, which had reached crisis levels throughout Whitechapel by the early 1890s. Official municipal services were either non-existent or so irregular that residents could not depend on them for basic waste removal and street cleaning. The result was an environment that bred disease, attracted vermin, and created living conditions that threatened the health and safety of everyone who lived or worked in the area. The Dorset Street Boys addressed this problem through techniques that combined private enterprise with systematic organisation. They established regular waste collection routes operated by gang members who were paid from the proceeds of protection fees and other criminal activities. They organised street cleaning operations that maintained thoroughfares in much better condition than municipal services achieved in more respectable districts. They even established primitive forms of sewage management that significantly reduced the public health hazards that official authorities had allowed to fester for decades. But their innovations extended far beyond basic sanitation services. They had created an informal postal system that allowed residents to send and receive messages more reliably than official mail delivery. They operated intelligence networks that provided early warning about police raids, public health inspections, and other official activities that might affect local residents. They maintained informal employment services that helped gang members and community allies find work in both legitimate and illegitimate enterprises. Most remarkably, they had developed their own system of justice that provided dispute resolution services for conflicts that official legal institutions were either unwilling or unable to address effectively. This gang-operated court system handled everything from domestic disputes to commercial conflicts, using procedures that combined traditional Irish customs with innovations designed specifically for the urban environment of Victorian London. The effectiveness of these alternative municipal services created a form of legitimacy for gang authority that extended far beyond simple fear or intimidation. Residents of Dorset Street began to view the gang not as criminal parasites, but as service providers who delivered benefits that more than justified the costs they imposed. The protection payments that had initially seemed like extortion gradually transformed into something resembling taxation, fees paid to a government that actually provided services in exchange for the revenue it collected. This evolution from criminal gang to alternative government represented one of the most significant developments in the history of urban organised crime. The Dorset Street Boys had discovered that sustainable criminal organisation required more than just the ability to inflict violence and extract resources. It required the capacity to provide genuine benefits to the communities within which criminal organisations operated. Seamus O'Malley's personal transformation paralleled the institutional evolution of his organisation. When he had first arrived in London as a 16-year-old refugee from County Mayo in 1885, he had possessed nothing but the clothes on his back and the kind of desperate hunger that drives young men to risk everything for the chance of something better. 6 years later, he had become something that Victorian society had no adequate vocabulary to describe: a criminal entrepreneur whose business enterprises generated more reliable income than most legitimate companies, whose organizational innovations had been studied and imitated by criminal groups throughout London, and whose personal authority within his territory exceeded that of elected officials, appointed administrators, and law enforcement personnel combined. But O'Malley's success had come at cost that extended far beyond the obvious moral compromises inherent in criminal leadership. The constant threat of violence that surrounded his position required forms of psychological hardening that had gradually stripped away most of the human qualities that had once made him capable of normal social relationships. The responsibility for managing an organization whose survival depended on his personal reputation for ruthlessness had forced him to commit acts of brutality that haunted his sleep and poisoned his capacity for trust or affection. Most tragically, his success had trapped him within a role that offered no possibility of legitimate escape. He had become too valuable to his organization to retire, too dangerous to his enemies to lower his guard, and too notorious to law enforcement to hope for anything resembling a normal life. He was simultaneously the most powerful and the most imprisoned person on Dorset Street, a king whose crown was forged from iron and whose throne was built on bones. The internal structure of the Dorset Street Boys revealed the sophisticated understanding of human psychology and organizational dynamics that O'Malley had developed through years of experience managing criminal enterprises under conditions of constant threat and uncertainty. The gang operated according to principles that combined military discipline with commercial efficiency, creating a hybrid institution that was more resilient and more effective than purely military or purely commercial organizations typically achieved. New members were recruited through a systematic process that evaluated not just their capacity for violence, but their intelligence, their reliability, and their potential for developing specialized skills that would benefit the organization's diverse enterprises. Training programs provided instruction not just in criminal techniques, but in literacy, numeracy, and basic business skills that allowed gang members to manage complex operations without depending entirely on O'Malley's personal oversight. Promotion within the organization was based on demonstrated competence, rather than simple seniority or personal relationships, creating incentive structures that encouraged individual development while maintaining collective loyalty. Members who showed exceptional ability were given opportunities to develop their own subsidiary enterprises, but always within frameworks that ensured their continued dependence on the larger organization's resources and protection. The result was a criminal syndicate that possessed many of the characteristics of successful legitimate businesses while retaining the flexibility and ruthlessness that allowed it to operate effectively in the violent environment of Victorian London's underworld. The Dorset Street Boys had become a criminal corporation that provided career opportunities, professional development, and economic security for its members, while generating profits that rivaled those of many legitimate enterprises. But their most significant achievement involved their transformation of Dorset Street itself from a chaotic environment where random violence and desperate criminality predominated into a systematically managed territory where different forms of illegal activity could coexist and prosper under unified criminal authority. They had imposed order on chaos, created predictability within uncertainty, and established systems of social organization that allowed their community to function more effectively than many legitimate neighborhoods achieved. By the spring of 1891, Dorset Street had become a criminal success story, a demonstration that alternative forms of social organization could provide better solutions to problems of urban life than official institutions had managed to develop. The street was safer for law-abiding residents than many respectable districts. Its businesses were more prosperous than comparable enterprises in areas that relied on official protection, and its residents enjoyed forms of social support and economic opportunity that were unavailable in communities that depended entirely on legitimate institutions. But this success had also made Dorset Street a target for both rival criminal organizations and official authorities who could not tolerate the existence of territories where gang authority superseded state power. The very effectiveness of O'Malley's innovations had created enemies who possessed both the motivation and the resources necessary to challenge his organization's control over their carefully constructed criminal kingdom. The stage was being set for conflicts that would test every aspect of the organizational systems and social relationships that the Dorset Street Boys had developed through years of careful experimentation and gradual evolution. The kings of Dorset Street would soon discover whether their innovations in criminal governance were robust enough to survive the kind of systematic assault that their success had made inevitable. Chapter 7. Blood Money and Protection. In the twisted economics of Victorian London's criminal underworld, where poverty bred predators and desperation transformed ordinary citizens into willing collaborators with violence, no enterprise proved more lucrative or more corrupting than the systematic extraction of what gangs euphemistically called protection money from the legitimate businesses that struggled to survive in London's most dangerous districts. But this was not the crude extortion that popular imagination might suggest. It was a sophisticated form of economic warfare that combined psychological manipulation, strategic violence, and genuine service provision to create systems of criminal taxation that often proved more efficient and more reliable than anything official authorities had managed to establish. Picture William Hartwell, proprietor of Hartwell & Sons Fine Tailoring, standing behind the counter of his shop on Commercial Street at precisely 9 o'clock on the morning of January the 12th, 1892, as three young men entered his establishment with the casual confidence of customers who expected to be served promptly and courteously. Hartwell had operated his business in Whitechapel for 14 years, serving a clientele that ranged from respectable working-class families seeking serviceable clothing to theatrical performers who required costumes for the music halls that provided the district's primary entertainment. But the men who approached his counter that morning were not customers in any conventional sense. Despite their polite demeanour and their obvious familiarity with the social protocols that governed commercial transactions, they were representatives of what had become known throughout the East End as the Company, a criminal organisation that had evolved beyond traditional gang structure to become something resembling a parallel government that levied taxes, provided services, and enforced its own version of law and order throughout territories that official authorities had essentially abandoned to criminal control. The leader of this delegation was Michael the Gentleman O'Brien, a 26-year-old Irish immigrant whose soft-spoken manner and impeccable dress concealed one of the most sophisticated criminal minds in Victorian London. O'Brien had transformed himself from a teenage pickpocket into the architect of protection rackets that generated more reliable income than most legitimate businesses, while developing techniques for managing civilian populations that demonstrated psychological insights that would have impressed university-trained social scientists. "Mr. Hartwell," O'Brien began, his voice carrying the cultured accent that he had carefully cultivated through years of observation and practice, "I represent a private security company that has recently expanded its operations into this district. We've become aware that local business owners have been experiencing difficulties with various forms of criminal activity, theft, vandalism, intimidation by undesirable elements. We're here to offer our services in addressing these problems." The brilliance of O'Brien's approach lay in its presentation of criminal extortion as a legitimate business proposition. Rather than explicitly threatening Hartwell or demanding payment under duress, he was offering to sell services that addressed genuine problems that every business owner in Whitechapel faced daily. The protection he offered was real, the threats he promised to address were authentic, and the benefits he described were ones that Hartwell desperately needed but could not obtain through official channels. Hartwell's response revealed the terrible dilemma that faced every legitimate business owner who attempted to operate in districts where criminal organisations had achieved effective territorial control. He could refuse O'Brien's offer and accept the certainty that his business would be targeted by criminal groups that would view his refusal as a challenge to their authority. He could seek protection from official law enforcement agencies that had already demonstrated their inability or unwillingness to provide effective security in areas like Commercial Street. Or he could accept O'Brien's proposition and become complicit in the criminal economy that was systematically replacing legitimate governance throughout London's poorest districts. "What exactly would your services entail?" Hartwell asked, his voice carefully neutral as he attempted to gather information without committing himself to any particular course of action. His 14 years of experience operating a business in Whitechapel had taught him that survival often depended on understanding the true nature of seemingly simple propositions, and his instincts warned him that O'Brien's offer contained complexities that extended far beyond its straightforward presentation. O'Brien's explanation revealed the remarkable sophistication that criminal protection rackets had achieved under the leadership of professionals who understood that sustainable extortion required more than simple intimidation. The company offered a comprehensive security package that included regular patrols of client businesses, investigation of thefts and other crimes affecting their customers, debt collection services for clients who were having difficulty collecting payments from their own customers, and what O'Brien described as conflict resolution services for disputes that might otherwise escalate into violence or legal complications. But the most attractive aspect of the company's services involved their guarantee of protection from other criminal organizations. Businesses that contracted with the company would be immune from robbery, vandalism, and extortion by rival gangs, while gaining access to intelligence networks that could provide advance warning about police raids, regulatory inspections, and other official activities that might affect their operations. Our fee structure is quite reasonable, O'Brien continued, producing a printed document that outlined payment schedules with the professional appearance of legitimate business correspondence. We calculate our charges based on your monthly gross receipts, with rates that compare favorably to insurance premiums, while providing far more comprehensive protection than any insurance company could offer. The document that Hartwell examined revealed the extraordinary level of organizational sophistication that the company had achieved in systematizing their protection operations. Different types of businesses were assessed according to standardized criteria that took into account their revenue potential, their vulnerability to various forms of criminal activity, and their strategic importance within the local commercial ecosystem. Payment schedules were structured to encourage prompt compliance while providing flexibility for businesses that experience seasonal fluctuations or temporary financial difficulties. Most remarkably, the fee structure included detailed provisions for businesses that chose to expand their operations or modify their services. The company had developed methods for encouraging commercial development within their territories, recognizing that prosperous businesses generated more reliable income than struggling enterprises that might fail or relocate to areas with lower operating costs. But the document also contained carefully worded clauses that made clear the consequences of attempting to operate without the company's protection or of seeking alternative sources of security. Businesses that chose to operate independently would be responsible for managing their own security challenges, while those that chose to work with competing service providers would forfeit access to the various benefits that company membership provides. Hartwell's decision to accept the company's protection services was made not from fear of immediate violence, but from rational calculation of the costs and benefits associated with different approaches to business security in an environment where official authorities had proven incapable of providing effective protection. The monthly fee that the company charged was actually less than the losses he had been absorbing from theft, vandalism, and unpaid debts, while the services they promised to provide addressed problems that had been hampering his business operations for years. The transformation of Hartwell's business following his agreement with the company demonstrated the complex reality of criminal protection rackets in Victorian London. Rather than simply extracting tribute from legitimate enterprises, sophisticated criminal organizations had learned to provide genuine value to their clients, while creating economic relationships that benefited both criminal and legitimate participants. Within weeks of signing his protection contract, Hartwell noticed significant improvements in his business environment. Petty theft virtually disappeared from his shop, while attempted break-ins that had previously occurred monthly became non-existent. Customers who had previously been reluctant to visit his establishment after dark began shopping during evening hours, increasing his sales and allowing him to extend his operating schedule profitably. But the most valuable services that the company provided involved their assistance with problems that official authorities were either unwilling or unable to address effectively. When a customer attempted to leave his shop without paying for expensive alterations, company representatives recovered both the clothing and the payment without requiring Hartwell to pursue time-consuming and expensive legal remedies. When a supplier attempted to deliver substandard materials while charging premium prices, company investigators exposed the fraud and negotiated compensation that exceeded what Hartwell could have recovered through official channels. Most significantly, the company's intelligence network provided Hartwell with advance warning about regulatory changes, police activities, and competitor strategies that allowed him to adjust his business operations proactively rather than reactively. This information proved invaluable for maintaining profitability in an economic environment where sudden changes in official policy or law enforcement priorities could destroy businesses that lacked adequate preparation. The success of the company's protection services with businesses like Hartwell's tailoring shop demonstrated that criminal organizations had discovered methods for integrating themselves into the legitimate economy in ways that created mutual benefit rather than simple parasitic extraction. Their clients genuinely benefited from the services they received, while the criminal organizations developed sustainable income streams that were less risky and more profitable than traditional forms of theft or robbery. But this integration of criminal and legitimate economic activity also created forms of corruption that extended far beyond the immediate participants in protection arrangements. The success of businesses that contracted with criminal organizations created competitive advantages that forced other enterprises to choose between accepting similar arrangements or accepting disadvantages that might prove fatal to their economic survival. Consider the case of Abraham Goldstein, who operated a jewelry shop 3 blocks from Hartwell's establishment and who initially refused to contract with the company for protection services. Goldstein's decision was based partly on moral objections to supporting criminal organizations, but primarily on his belief that his specialized clientele and established reputation would protect him from the kind of problems that affected more general retail establishments. Within 6 months, Goldstein discovered that his competitive position had been significantly compromised by his refusal to accept company protection. Customers who had previously shopped at his establishment began purchasing jewelry from competitors whose company contracts provided them with access to suppliers, credit arrangements, and market intelligence that Goldstein could not obtain independently. His insurance costs increased as criminal activity in his immediate vicinity escalated, while his security expenses grew as he was forced to implement private protective measures that proved less effective than company services. Most damaging to Goldstein's business was his discovery that the company's intelligence network had identified him as a potential target for criminal groups that operated outside their territorial control. Rather than protecting him from criminal activity, his refusal to contract with the company had marked him as someone whose vulnerability could be exploited by rival criminal organizations seeking to demonstrate their own capabilities or to undermine company authority within their established territories. Goldstein's eventual capitulation and his agreement to contract with the company illustrated the systematic nature of the economic pressure that criminal protection rackets could exert on legitimate businesses. Individual business owners who attempted to operate independently found themselves competing not just with other businesses, but with entire economic systems that had been optimized to provide advantages to participants, while penalizing those who chose to remain outside their networks. The company's techniques for managing recalcitrant business owners revealed the sophisticated understanding of human psychology and economic dynamics that characterized professional criminal organizations in Victorian London. Rather than employing crude intimidation or immediate violence, they preferred methods that created economic incentives for cooperation while making independence increasingly difficult and expensive to maintain. Businesses that refused company protection found themselves subjected to subtle forms of economic warfare that were difficult to trace to specific criminal activity. Suppliers became unreliable, customers encountered minor difficulties that made shopping inconvenient, and regulatory authorities received anonymous complaints that resulted in increased official scrutiny and administrative complications. These techniques proved far more effective than direct threats or violence because they created conditions where potential clients actively sought company protection rather than submitting to it under duress. Business owners who voluntarily contracted for protection services became allies and advocates rather than reluctant victims, creating networks of support that enhanced company operations while reducing the risks associated with maintaining territorial control through pure intimidation. The evolution of protection rackets from simple extortion to comprehensive business services represented one of the most significant innovations in criminal organization that emerged from Victorian London's gang culture. Professional criminals had discovered that sustainable criminal enterprises required more than just the ability to inflict violence. They required the capacity to provide genuine value to their clients while creating economic relationships that generated long-term profits rather than short-term gains. This transformation of criminal organizations into service providers had profound implications for the relationship between legitimate and illegitimate economic activity in Victorian London. Rather than existing as separate and antagonistic systems, criminal and legitimate enterprises had become integrated in ways that created mutual dependence and shared interests in maintaining the economic and social arrangements that allowed both types of organisation to prosper. The success of companies like Michael O'Brien's protection racket demonstrated that criminal organisations could achieve levels of efficiency and customer satisfaction that rivaled or exceeded those of legitimate businesses. Their ability to provide comprehensive security services, resolve disputes quickly and effectively, and gather intelligence that enhanced their clients' competitive advantages, created value propositions that legitimate service providers often could not match. But this success also created challenges for official authorities who found themselves competing with criminal organisations that provided superior services while operating according to more flexible and responsive organisational principles. Police forces that were constrained by legal procedures, regulatory requirements, and bureaucratic limitations could not match the effectiveness of criminal organisations that could adapt quickly to changing circumstances while employing whatever methods proved most effective for achieving their objectives. The economic relationships that developed between criminal protection rackets and legitimate businesses created what amounted to parallel tax systems that generated revenue streams for criminal organisations while providing their clients with services that official authorities had failed to deliver effectively. These alternative taxation systems often proved more efficient and more responsive than official ones, creating situations where criminal organisations achieved levels of legitimacy and popular support that exceeded those enjoyed by elected officials or appointed administrators. By the spring of 1892, protection rackets had become so thoroughly integrated into the economic life of districts like Whitechapel that they functioned as essential infrastructure for legitimate business operations. Entrepreneurs who attempted to establish new enterprises without securing criminal protection found their efforts hampered by obstacles that made success virtually impossible, while established businesses that maintained good relationships with local criminal organisations could access opportunities and resources that were unavailable through official channels. The blood money that flowed through these protection systems represented more than simple criminal profit. It constituted the financial foundation for alternative forms of social organisation that provided excluded populations with economic opportunities, social services, and forms of governance that legitimate institutions had failed to deliver. The protection fees that business owners paid to criminal organisations supported not just individual criminal careers, but entire communities of people who depended on illegal enterprises for their survival and advancement. The Hooligans of Whitechapel had discovered that sustainable criminal organisation required more than just the capacity for violence. It required the ability to create economic value, to provide genuine services, and to build relationships of mutual benefit with the communities within which criminal organisations operated. Their innovations in criminal business practice would establish templates for organised crime that continue to influence illegal enterprises throughout the modern world, while their success in integrating criminal and legitimate economic activity would force fundamental reconsiderations of the relationships between law, order, and social organisation that shaped the development of urban life throughout the industrialised world. Chapter 8. Scotland Yard's Nightmare. In the gaslit corridors of Scotland Yard during the winter of 1892, Detective Inspector Edmund Reed sat surrounded by case files that told a story of institutional failure so comprehensive that it threatened the very foundations of law enforcement in the British Empire. Reed had spent 18 years walking the beats and investigating the crimes of London's East End, but the report spread across his desk that February morning described a form of criminal organisation that rendered traditional police methods not merely inadequate but actively counterproductive in addressing the challenges that gang activity posed to social order throughout the metropolis. The statistics were stark and undeniable. Crime rates in areas controlled by organised gangs had actually decreased compared to districts where police maintained traditional law enforcement approaches. Businesses operating under gang protection reported lower losses from theft, vandalism and fraud than similar enterprises in areas that relied solely on official police protection. Citizens living in gang-controlled territories experienced less random violence, more reliable dispute resolution, and faster response to emergency situations than residents of neighbourhoods that depended entirely on official services. But most disturbing of all, Reed's investigations had revealed systematic corruption within Scotland Yard itself that extended from beat constables to senior administrators, creating networks of complicity that allowed criminal organisations to operate with virtual impunity while using official law enforcement resources to eliminate competitors and consolidate territorial control. The police force had not simply failed to control gang activity. It had become an integral component of the criminal ecosystem that sustained organised crime throughout London's working-class districts. Picture Sergeant Thomas Bradley, no relation to the gang leader of the same name, conducting his evening patrol through Commercial Street on the night of February 14th, 1892, following routes and schedules that had been carefully negotiated with representatives of 3 different criminal organisations to ensure that his official duties would not interfere with any planned criminal activities. Bradley had been receiving supplementary payments from gang sources for more than 2 years, but his corruption was not the simple bribery that official investigations would later claim. Instead, Bradley had become part of a complex information exchange system that benefited both criminal organisations and law enforcement agencies by reducing unpredictable conflicts that could escalate into violence, requiring expensive and politically damaging official responses. Gang representatives provided Bradley with intelligence about criminal activities planned by rival organisations, allowing him to achieve arrest statistics that enhanced his professional reputation while serving the territorial interests of his criminal allies. In exchange, Bradley provided gang contacts with advance warning about police operations, regulatory inspections, and official policy changes that might affect criminal enterprises. But perhaps more importantly, he served as an informal mediator for disputes between different criminal organizations, using his official authority to facilitate negotiations that prevented territorial conflicts from escalating into forms of violence that would attract unwanted attention from senior police administrators or government officials. This symbiotic relationship between corrupt police officers and criminal organizations had evolved far beyond simple bribery to become a sophisticated system of criminal governance that provided more effective law enforcement in many areas than official police methods had achieved. Gang-controlled territories experienced lower rates of random crime, more efficient resolution of disputes, and better protection for law-abiding citizens than districts where police operated according to official procedures and legal constraints. But the effectiveness of these unofficial law enforcement arrangements created profound challenges for police administrators who found themselves competing with criminal organizations that provided superior services while operating according to more flexible and responsive organizational principles. Official police forces that were constrained by legal procedures, bureaucratic limitations, and political oversight could not match the effectiveness of criminal organizations that could adapt quickly to changing circumstances while employing whatever methods proved most effective for maintaining social order. Detective Inspector Reed's attempts to address gang activity through traditional law enforcement methods had demonstrated the fundamental inadequacy of official approaches to organized crime. Arrest strategies that focused on individual criminals failed to disrupt organizational structures that could quickly replace captured members with new recruits. Legal procedures that required extensive evidence gathering and formal court proceedings could not compete with criminal justice systems that could resolve disputes quickly and enforce decisions immediately. Most frustratingly, Reed's investigations revealed that successful prosecutions of gang members often strengthened the very organizations they were intended to weaken. Imprisoned gang leaders became martyrs whose suffering enhanced their reputations and increased loyalty among their followers, while their temporary removal from active leadership created opportunities for subordinates to demonstrate their capabilities and advance within criminal hierarchies. The case of Patrick "Red Pat" Murphy illustrated the perverse effects that traditional law enforcement approaches produced when applied to sophisticated criminal organizations. Murphy had been arrested, tried, and convicted for his role in a protection racket that extorted money from businesses throughout Whitechapel, receiving a sentence of 5 years imprisonment that police administrators had hoped would cripple the criminal organization he had helped to lead. Instead, Murphy's imprisonment became a rallying point for his organization, which provided financial support for his family while maintaining his position within their leadership structure through intermediaries who could communicate with him regularly. His reputation for refusing to cooperate with police investigations enhanced his status within the criminal community, while his prison sentence provided him with opportunities to establish relationships with criminals from other organizations that would prove valuable for expanding his activities after his release. Most significantly, Murphy's temporary removal from active leadership allowed younger members of his organization to gain experience managing complex criminal operations, creating a more resilient and more sophisticated leadership structure that proved far more difficult for police to disrupt than the more centralized system that had existed before his arrest. Reed's analysis of these counterproductive outcomes led him to conclude that traditional law enforcement approaches were not merely ineffective against organized criminal groups, they were actively strengthening the very organizations they purported to combat. Arrest and imprisonment strategies that had been designed to address individual criminals or small groups of associates could not cope with organizational structures that possessed institutional memory, systematic recruitment procedures, and leadership development programs that allowed them to survive and prosper despite official pressure. But Reed's most disturbing discoveries involved the extent to which Scotland Yard itself had become dependent on relationships with criminal organisations for achieving basic law enforcement objectives. Police statistics that demonstrated declining crime rates in East End districts were actually evidence of the effectiveness of gang-controlled territories, where criminal organisations had replaced official law enforcement with their own more efficient systems of social control. Information that allowed police to solve high-profile crimes and make dramatic arrests often originated from gang intelligence networks that provided tips about criminal activities conducted by rival organisations or independent criminals who operated outside established territorial boundaries. Police administrators who celebrated successful investigations rarely acknowledged that their achievements depended on cooperation from the same criminal organisations that official policy supposedly committed them to eliminating. The relationship between Detective Inspector Reed and Michael "the Gentleman" O'Brien illustrated the complex dependencies that had developed between official law enforcement and criminal organisations. Reed and O'Brien had never met officially, but they had developed an informal communication system through intermediaries that allowed them to coordinate their activities in ways that benefited both their respective organisations. O'Brien provided Reed with intelligence about criminal activities that threatened the stability of territories under gang control, particularly information about violent crimes that might attract unwanted official attention or undermine public confidence in gang-provided security services. This intelligence allowed Reed to achieve arrest statistics that enhanced his professional reputation while serving the territorial interests of O'Brien's criminal organisation. In exchange, Reed provided O'Brien with advance warning about police operations that might affect gang activities, while using his official authority to facilitate negotiations between different criminal organisations that prevented territorial disputes from escalating into forms of violence that would require expensive and politically damaging official responses. But perhaps most importantly, Reed and O'Brien had developed shared interests in maintaining forms of social order that benefited both official and criminal authorities. Both men understood that random violence, uncontrolled crime, and social chaos threatened their respective positions and organisational interests, creating incentives for cooperation that transcended the nominal antagonism between law enforcement and criminal organisations. This convergence of interests between police and criminal organisations had produced forms of hybrid governance that combined official authority with criminal efficiency to create social control systems that were more effective than either approach could have achieved independently. Districts where police and gangs cooperated effectively experienced lower crime rates, more efficient dispute resolution, and better protection for law-abiding citizens than areas where official and criminal authorities remained antagonistic. But these cooperative arrangements also created systematic corruption that extended throughout the law enforcement hierarchy, compromising the integrity of official institutions while creating dependencies that made it increasingly difficult for police administrators to challenge criminal organisations, even when their activities clearly violated legal boundaries. The investigation that Reed conducted into police corruption during the spring of 1892 revealed networks of complicity that included officers at every level of the law enforcement hierarchy: beat constables who accepted regular payments from gang sources, detectives who provided criminal organisations with confidential information about ongoing investigations, and senior administrators who modified official policies to accommodate criminal interests had created an integrated system of corruption that served the interests of both police and criminal organisations while undermining the rule of law throughout London's working-class districts. Perhaps most disturbing was Reed's discovery that many corrupt police officers genuinely believed that their cooperation with criminal organizations served legitimate law enforcement objectives. They argued that gang-controlled territories were safer and more orderly than districts where police operated according to official procedures, that criminal organizations provided services that official agencies could not deliver effectively, and that cooperation with gangs produced better outcomes for law-abiding citizens than antagonistic relationships between police and criminal authorities. These arguments contained sufficient truth to make them persuasive to officers who had witnessed the failures of traditional law enforcement approaches, but they also reflected fundamental misunderstandings about the long-term consequences of police corruption and the systematic erosion of official authority that resulted from institutionalized cooperation with criminal organizations. Reed's attempts to address police corruption through internal investigations and administrative reforms demonstrated the limitations of institutional approaches to problems that had become embedded within the organizational culture of law enforcement agencies. Officers who had developed financial dependencies on criminal sources could not easily abandon those relationships without accepting significant reductions in their standard of living, while those who had built their professional reputations on achievements that depended on criminal cooperation could not challenge gang activities without undermining their own career prospects. More fundamentally, the effectiveness of gang-controlled social order had created genuine dilemmas for police administrators who found themselves competing with criminal organizations that provided superior services while operating according to more flexible and responsive organizational principles. Traditional law enforcement approaches that emphasized arrest and prosecution could not match the effectiveness of criminal justice systems that could resolve disputes quickly while providing comprehensive security services that addressed the full range of problems that affected urban communities. The failure of Scotland Yard to develop effective responses to organized gang activity represented more than simple institutional inadequacy. It reflected fundamental contradictions within the social and economic systems that shaped Victorian urban life. Law enforcement agencies that were designed to protect property rights and maintain social order found themselves defending arrangements that created the very conditions that made criminal organization both possible and profitable. Police forces that were committed to enforcing laws that criminalized activities essential for survival in districts where legitimate economic opportunities were virtually non-existent could not compete with criminal organizations that provided realistic alternatives for populations that had been excluded from the benefits of economic development. Official justice systems that operated according to legal procedures designed for societies with functional social institutions could not address the needs of communities where those institutions had collapsed or had never existed. By the summer of 1892, Reed had concluded that traditional law enforcement approaches were fundamentally inappropriate for addressing the challenges that organised crime posed to social order in Victorian London. The gang problem could not be solved through arrests, prosecutions and imprisonment because it arose from social and economic conditions that made criminal organisation a rational response to systematic exclusion from legitimate opportunities for advancement and security. But Reed's recognition of the futility of traditional approaches did not provide him with alternative strategies that could address gang activity more effectively. Official policy continued to emphasize arrest and prosecution despite mounting evidence that these approaches strengthened the very organizations they purported to combat, while police administrators refused to acknowledge the systematic corruption that had made law enforcement agencies integral components of the criminal ecosystem they supposedly opposed. The Hooligans of Whitechapel had achieved something that Victorian society was unprepared to acknowledge. They had created forms of social organisation that were more effective than official institutions at providing security, resolving disputes, and maintaining order within the communities where they operated. Their success had exposed the limitations of traditional law enforcement while demonstrating the possibilities for alternative approaches to social governance that official authorities were ideologically committed to opposing. Scotland Yard's nightmare was not simply the existence of criminal organisations that could not be controlled through traditional methods, but the recognition that those organisations provided genuine value to their communities, while official institutions had failed to address the problems that made criminal alternatives attractive to excluded populations. The police had become complicit in their own obsolescence, cooperating with criminal organisations because those organisations could achieve law enforcement objectives more effectively than official agencies operating according to legal constraints and bureaucratic limitations. The crisis that Reed documented in his confidential reports represented more than a law enforcement problem. It constituted a fundamental challenge to the legitimacy of official authority in a society where systematic exclusion had created populations that had more to gain from criminal organization than from cooperation with institutions that had consistently failed to serve their interests or address their needs. Chapter 9. The Ripper's Shadow. The autumn of 1888 had cast a shadow over Whitechapel that extended far beyond the 5 canonical murders attributed to the unknown killer, whom history would remember as Jack the Ripper. But what the penny press never reported, and what official investigations never acknowledged, was the profound impact that the Ripper murders had on the territorial boundaries, operational methods, and internal dynamics of the criminal organizations that controlled London's East End. The killer's activities had not simply terrorized the civilian population, they had disrupted the carefully balanced ecosystem of gang territories and protection arrangements that had taken years to establish and maintain. Picture the emergency meeting convened by Seamus the Blade O'Malley in the back room of the 10 Bells Public House on the night of November 9th, 1888. Less than 12 hours after the discovery of Mary Jane Kelly's mutilated remains in Miller's Court, just 50 yards from the building where the leaders of 4 major criminal organizations had gathered to discuss a crisis that threatened to destroy the foundation of their territorial control. The Ripper's latest victim had been found within the Dorset Street Boys' primary area of operations, but her murder violated every protocol that governed violence within gang-controlled territories. O'Malley faced representatives of 3 rival organizations whose cooperation was essential for maintaining the complex arrangements that allowed multiple criminal groups to operate within overlapping territories without constant warfare. Michael the Gentleman. O'Brien had come from the commercial street crew, Mary the Razor McNeil represented her network of female criminals, and Thomas Black Tom Bradley spoke for the confederation of smaller gangs that controlled the areas around Whitechapel Road. The problem they confronted was not simply the presence of a serial killer within their territories, but the systematic disruption that the Ripper's activities had created in the informal agreements and mutual understandings that governed criminal operations throughout the East End. The killer's methods violated the unwritten rules that distinguished professional criminal violence from the kind of psychopathic brutality that threatened to bring unwanted official attention to areas where gangs preferred to operate without interference from law enforcement authorities. "This bastard is killing our business," O'Brien began, his carefully cultivated accent betraying the stress that the past 2 months had created for all criminal organizations operating in Whitechapel. "My protection clients are closing early, hiring private security. Some are talking about relocating to safer districts. We're losing revenue every day this continues." The economic impact of the Ripper murders on gang operations had been immediate and devastating. Businesses that had previously paid protection fees to ensure safe operations during evening hours were now closing at sunset, eliminating the extended operating periods that had generated substantial portions of gang revenue. Customers who had previously frequented East End establishments after dark were avoiding the area entirely, reducing the foot traffic that provided opportunities for pickpocketing, prostitution, and various forms of casual theft that supplemented organised criminal income. But perhaps more significantly, the climate of fear that the Ripper murders had created was attracting unprecedented levels of official attention to areas where gangs had previously operated with minimal interference from law enforcement agencies. Police patrols had been increased throughout Whitechapel, while reporters and social reformers were documenting conditions in districts where criminal organizations preferred to maintain low profiles that did not invite scrutiny from outside authorities. Mary McNeil's response revealed the particularly complex challenges that the Ripper murders had created for female criminal organizations. "It's not just the business losses," she explained, her voice tight with controlled anger. "This maniac is targeting working women, and that's making all our operations more dangerous. My girls can't work their usual territories because every copper in London is stopping women on the streets after dark. We're having to completely reorganize our approach to territory control." The Ripper's targeting of prostitutes had created special problems for criminal organizations that depended on sex work for significant portions of their revenue. The heightened police presence that resulted from the murders made it virtually impossible for prostitutes to operate according to their established patterns, while the fear that gripped potential customers had dramatically reduced demand for commercial sexual services throughout the East End. But the impact extended beyond immediate economic losses to encompass fundamental questions about territorial security that went to the heart of gang authority within their established domains. Criminal organisations that claimed to provide protection for residents and businesses within their territories had been unable to prevent the most high-profile crimes in London's recent history, undermining their credibility and reducing the willingness of potential clients to pay for security services that had proven ineffective against the most dangerous threat in the area. Thomas Bradley's analysis focused on the strategic implications of the Ripper crisis for gang operations throughout London. The problem isn't just what this killer is doing, he argued, it's what his activities are doing to the arrangements we've built with the police. Our sources in Scotland Yard are telling us that senior officials are under pressure to show results, and that means they're going to start making arrests just to demonstrate that they're doing something. If they can't catch the Ripper, they'll settle for catching us. Bradley's concerns proved remarkably prescient. The failure of official investigations to identify or capture the Ripper had created political pressure for law enforcement agencies to demonstrate their effectiveness through highly visible actions against other forms of criminal activity. Gang members who had previously operated with minimal risk of arrest found themselves subjected to intensive surveillance and harassment, while police raids on criminal establishments became more frequent and more aggressive. The increased law enforcement pressure had also disrupted the informal communication channels that allowed gang leaders to coordinate their activities and resolve territorial disputes without violence. Police informants who had previously provided reliable intelligence about official activities were becoming reluctant to maintain their criminal contacts, while corrupt officers who had facilitated negotiations between rival organisations were finding their positions compromised by the intense scrutiny that the Ripper investigation had brought to all aspects of police operations in the East End. But the most profound impact of the Ripper murders on gang activities involved the psychological effects that the killer's methods had produced within criminal organisations themselves. Professional criminals who had built their reputations on controlled violence and strategic intimidation found themselves confronting a form of pathological brutality that challenged their understanding of how violence should be employed for criminal purposes. The Ripper's methods violated fundamental principles that governed criminal behaviour within gang-controlled territories. Professional criminals understood that excessive violence attracted unwanted attention from law enforcement agencies, that targeting civilians who were not involved in criminal activities violated agreements that allowed gangs to coexist with legitimate businesses and residents, and that sexual violence created forms of social outrage that made it impossible for criminal organisations to maintain the community relationships that were essential for sustainable operations. Consider the impact of the Ripper murders on recruitment and internal discipline within criminal organisations. Young men who had previously sought gang membership as a path to economic advancement and social status were now associating criminal activity with the kind of psychopathic violence that the Ripper represented. Gang leaders found themselves having to distinguish their activities from those of the unknown killer, explaining to potential recruits that professional criminal organisation operated according to rational principles that had nothing in common with the Ripper's apparently motiveless brutality. Internal discipline within established gangs became more difficult to maintain as members struggled to understand how their territorial control had failed to prevent the most notorious crimes in their areas. Some gang members argued for more aggressive responses to the Ripper threat, including organised searches and vigilante activities that would demonstrate their commitment to protecting their territories. Others counselled patience and discretion, arguing that gang involvement in the Ripper investigation would attract official attention that could prove more dangerous than the killer himself. The division of opinion within criminal organisations about how to respond to the Ripper crisis created internal tensions that threatened the unity and effectiveness that were essential for successful gang operations. Leaders who had maintained their authority through demonstrated competence in managing territorial security found their credibility challenged by their inability to address a threat that was disrupting the fundamental assumptions on which their criminal enterprises were based. O'Malley's attempts to develop collective responses to the Ripper crisis revealed both the sophistication of gang organisation and the limitations that constrained criminal cooperation in addressing threats that extended beyond their traditional areas of expertise. The 4 gang leaders who met that November night in the Ten Bells had cooperated effectively in managing territorial disputes, coordinating protection rackets, and sharing intelligence about law enforcement activities. But the Ripper problem required forms of investigation and enforcement that exceeded the capabilities of criminal organizations that had been designed for different types of challenges. The intelligence networks that gangs had developed for monitoring rival criminal activities and official law enforcement operations were not equipped to investigate crimes that appeared to have no connection to the criminal underworld. The investigative techniques that gang members employed for gathering information about business targets and potential threats were inadequate for tracking a killer whose activities followed no discernible pattern and whose identity remained completely unknown to the criminal community. Most significantly, the violence that gangs could employ against threats to their territorial authority was ineffective against an enemy who could not be identified, located, or confronted through conventional criminal methods. Professional criminals who are accustomed to resolving conflicts through negotiation, intimidation, or direct confrontation found themselves helpless against a threat that remained invisible until the moment it struck. The collaborative investigation that the four gang leaders organized represented one of the most sophisticated criminal intelligence operations in Victorian London, but it also demonstrated the fundamental limitations of criminal approaches to law enforcement problems. Gang members who were skilled at gathering information about identifiable targets and known criminal activities could not develop leads about a killer whose methods suggested mental processes that operated according to entirely different principles than those that governed rational criminal behavior. Their investigation did produce valuable intelligence about police operations, media coverage, and public reactions to the Ripper murders, information that allowed criminal organizations to adjust their activities to minimize their exposure to increased official scrutiny. But their efforts to identify the killer himself proved completely unsuccessful, forcing gang leaders to acknowledge that some problems exceeded the capabilities of even the most sophisticated criminal organizations. The failure of gang investigations to produce useful information about the Ripper's identity or methods had profound implications for the self-image and public reputation of criminal organizations that had built their authority on demonstrated competence in managing security threats within their territories. Gang leaders who had claimed that their protection services could address any form of criminal threat found themselves admitting that they were powerless against an enemy whose activities they could neither predict nor prevent. This acknowledgement of criminal limitations had cascading effects throughout the informal agreements and mutual understandings that governed relationships between gangs and the legitimate businesses and residents within their territories. Clients who had paid protection fees based on beliefs about gang capabilities began questioning whether criminal organizations could provide the security services they claimed to offer, while rival gangs began testing the boundaries of territories whose defenders had been revealed as vulnerable to threats they could not control or counter. The long-term impact of the Ripper murders on gang operations extended far beyond the immediate disruptions that the killer's activities had created. The crisis had revealed fundamental weaknesses in criminal organization that had been concealed by the success that gangs had achieved in managing more conventional forms of territorial competition and resource extraction. Criminal organizations that had evolved sophisticated techniques for controlling predictable threats from identifiable enemies discovered that their methods were inadequate for addressing random violence from unknown sources. Intelligence networks that had been designed for monitoring rival criminal activities could not gather information about killers whose identities and motivations remained completely outside the criminal community's knowledge or understanding. Most significantly, the Ripper crisis had demonstrated that criminal organizations were dependent on social conditions and community relationships that could be disrupted by forces beyond their control. Gang authority that was based on demonstrated competence in providing security and maintaining order could be undermined by threats that exposed the limitations of criminal power, while territorial control that depended on community cooperation could be compromised by fear that made residents unwilling to maintain their normal relationships with criminal organizations. By the winter of 1888, the shadow that the Ripper murders had cast over Whitechapel had transformed the criminal landscape of London's East End in ways that would influence gang operations for years to come. Criminal organizations had been forced to acknowledge that their territorial control was not absolute, that their security services could not address all forms of threat, and that their authority was dependent on social conditions that they could not entirely control or predict. The Hooligans of Whitechapel had learned that even the most sophisticated criminal organizations could be vulnerable to disruption from sources that operated outside the rational frameworks that governed professional criminal activity. The Ripper's legacy would continue to influence gang operations long after the murders had ended, serving as a constant reminder that criminal power had limitations that could be exposed by threats that refused to follow the rules that made organized crime possible. The shadow of the Ripper had revealed the fundamental paradox of criminal organization in Victorian London. Gangs that had achieved remarkable success in creating alternative forms of social order within their territories remained vulnerable to forms of chaos that they could neither understand nor control. Their response to this crisis would force innovations in criminal organization that would influence the development of organized crime throughout the modern world, but it would also establish limitations that would constrain criminal power in ways that gang leaders were only beginning to understand. Thus, we witness how external forces beyond criminal control could disrupt even the most sophisticated gang operations, forcing criminal organizations to confront the limitations of their power while adapting to threats they had never anticipated. In our next chapters, we shall explore how gangs exploited the most vulnerable members of society, the street children who became their recruits, and how the connections between London's criminal organisations and similar groups in other British cities created networks of violence that extended far beyond the boundaries of any single metropolitan area. Rest well, dear listeners, but remember that the shadows cast by history's most notorious criminals often reveal truths about power, vulnerability, and human adaptation that continue to shape our understanding of urban life in ways we have only begun to comprehend. Chapter 5. Warfare in the Fog. The fog that rolled in from the Thames during the third week of November 1891 carried with it more than the usual mixture of coal smoke and river dampness. It brought the acrid scent of gunpowder, the metallic tang of spilled blood, and the sound of violence so systematic and so sustained that even the rats abandoned their usual scavenging routes through Whitechapel's twisted alleys. For 7 consecutive nights, London's East End had become a battlefield where territorial disputes between rival gangs had escalated into something approaching open warfare, fought with weapons and tactics that transformed the familiar streets into hunting grounds where survival required not just courage, but the kind of strategic thinking that military academies taught to officers who would never set foot in environments half as dangerous as Victorian London's criminal districts. Picture the scene at 3:30 in the morning on November 24th, 1891. As observed by Police Constable William Morrison from his position behind the dubious protection of an overturned cart on Commercial Street. Morrison had 22 years of experience walking beats in London's most dangerous neighbourhoods, but nothing in his career had prepared him for the spectacle unfolding before him. 2 organised armies of young criminals engaged in combat that combined the brutal intimacy of hand-to-hand fighting with the tactical sophistication of military operations planned by commanders who understood urban geography as thoroughly as any general had ever understood conventional battlefields. On one side of Commercial Street, positioned behind makeshift barricades constructed from stolen goods and broken furniture, the Dorset Street Boys had established a defensive line that stretched from the 10 Bells public house to the entrance of Miller's Court. Their forces numbered perhaps 30 fighters, armed with an eclectic but effective arsenal that included carpenters' hammers, butchers' cleavers, broken bottles sharpened to razor efficiency, and at least 3 pistols of dubious provenance but undeniable stopping power. Facing them across the fog-shrouded street, the Boundary Boys, a confederation of smaller gangs that had united under the leadership of a charismatic young Yorkshireman named Thomas Black Tom Bradley, had deployed their own forces with equal attention to tactical advantage and strategic positioning. They controlled the approaches from both Whitechapel Road and Dorset Street, effectively surrounding their enemies while maintaining escape routes that would allow them to disperse quickly if official reinforcements arrived before their objectives had been achieved. But what made this confrontation unprecedented in the annals of London gang warfare was not the number of combatants involved or the sophistication of their weapons, but the systematic nature of the violence they were prepared to inflict upon each other. This was not a spontaneous eruption of criminal anger or a desperate struggle for immediate survival, but a carefully planned campaign designed to resolve fundamental questions about territorial control, resource allocation, and hierarchy within London's criminal ecosystem. The immediate cause of this particular battle had been the murder of Patrick Doyle, a 17-year-old member of the Dorset Street Boys who had been found floating in the Thames with his throat cut and his eyes removed. Injuries that followed the distinctive pattern that the Boundary Boys used to mark victims who had violated their territorial boundaries. But the deeper causes of the conflict reached back through months of escalating tensions over control of the most profitable criminal enterprises in Whitechapel. The protection rackets that extracted tribute from local businesses, the theft networks that moved stolen goods throughout London's markets, and the prostitution operations that generated the steady income streams necessary to support large-scale criminal organisation. What Constable Morrison witnessed during those 7 hours of sustained combat was not just gang violence, but the emergence of entirely new forms of urban warfare adapted specifically for the environment of Victorian London's criminal districts. The combatants employed tactics that had been developed through years of experimentation with different approaches to street fighting, refined through countless smaller conflicts and perfected through the kind of practical experience that no military academy could have provided. The Dorset Street Boys, fighting from defensive positions, had adopted techniques that maximised their advantages in familiar territory, while compensating for their numerical inferiority. They had prepared their positions in advance, creating interlocking fields of fire that allowed small groups of fighters to cover larger areas effectively. They had established supply lines that kept them provisioned with weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies throughout the extended battle. Most importantly, they had developed communication systems that allowed their commanders to coordinate activities across multiple locations without exposing themselves to enemy fire. Their defensive strategy relied heavily on what military theorists would later recognize as defense in depth, a systematic approach that involved multiple lines of resistance designed to slow enemy advance while inflicting maximum casualties on attacking forces. The first line consisted of individual fighters positioned in doorways and behind street obstacles, armed primarily with firearms and charged with disrupting enemy formations before they could establish momentum for sustained assault. The second defensive line operated from rooftops and upper-story windows, using thrown weapons and improvised explosives to attack enemy forces that had penetrated the street-level defences. These elevated positions provided excellent observation points that allowed defenders to coordinate their activities while remaining relatively safe from direct assault. The final defensive line had been established within the buildings themselves, where defenders could use their intimate knowledge of a local architecture to create killing zones that channeled attacking forces into areas where they could be engaged with maximum effectiveness while minimizing risk to defensive personnel. But the Boundary Boys had developed equally sophisticated offensive tactics that demonstrated their own understanding of urban warfare principles. Rather than attempting direct frontal assault against prepared defensive positions, they had chosen to employ what would later be recognized as classic urban infiltration techniques, using the fog and darkness to move small groups of fighters into positions where they could attack enemy strongpoints from unexpected directions. Their strategy involved systematic isolation of enemy positions through coordinated attacks that prevented defenders from supporting each other effectively. Simultaneously striking multiple targets, they forced the Dorset Street Boys to divide their attention and resources while creating opportunities for concentrated assault against individual defensive positions. Most innovatively, the Boundary Boys had developed techniques for psychological warfare that were specifically adapted for the urban gang environment. They employed sound as a weapon, using coordinated shouting, whistle signals, and rhythmic beating of improvised drums to create auditory environments that disrupted enemy communication while coordinating their own activities. They used light tactically, employing torches and lanterns to blind defenders while illuminating targets for their own fighters. Perhaps most effectively, they had learned to exploit the fears and superstitions that were endemic to the criminal culture of Victorian London. Fighting primarily at night and in conditions of limited visibility, they had developed techniques for appearing and disappearing that created the impression that they possessed supernatural abilities to move through urban terrain without detection. The weapons employed by both sides revealed the remarkable ingenuity that criminal organizations had developed in adapting available materials for systematic violence. While firearms were present and occasionally decisive, the majority of combat was conducted with improvised weapons that demonstrated both the creativity and the practical knowledge that characterized London's gang culture. Carpenters' tools had been modified to serve as both cutting and crushing weapons, with hammers, chisels, and saws adapted for close-quarters combat that required weapons capable of inflicting decisive damage in confined spaces. Kitchen implements, particularly the heavy cleavers used by butchers and the long knives favoured by fishmongers, had been sharpened and balanced for throwing as well as hand-to-hand fighting. But the most characteristic weapons of London gang warfare were the bottles that had been broken and sharpened, according to techniques that had been refined through countless street fights. These improvised blades possessed several advantages over conventional weapons. They were readily available throughout the urban environment, they could be concealed easily until needed, they were effectively disposable after use, and they could be crafted to specifications that suited individual fighting styles and tactical requirements. The most skilled fighters had learned to create specialized bottle weapons for different combat situations. Short, heavily curved shards were preferred for close quarters, fighting where slashing attacks were more practical than thrusting motions. Longer, straighter pieces were favored for situations where reach and precision were more important than raw cutting power. Some fighters developed techniques for binding multiple pieces together to create compound weapons that combined the advantages of different blade configurations. But perhaps the most feared weapons in the arsenal of London's gang fighters were the koshes, improvised clubs that had been weighted with lead, filled with sand, or studded with nails and broken glass to maximize their capacity for inflicting traumatic injury. These weapons required considerable skill to employ effectively, but in the hands of experienced fighters they could inflict damage that was often fatal, while remaining relatively easy to conceal and dispose of after use. The tactical employment of these various weapons revealed the sophisticated understanding of combat dynamics that London's gang fighters had developed through years of practical experience. Different weapons were assigned to fighters based not just on their individual preferences, but on their roles within larger tactical formations and their specific objectives within the overall battle plan. Fighters armed with firearms were typically positioned to provide covering fire for advancing forces and to engage enemy personnel who attempted to employ ranged weapons against friendly positions. Their primary tactical function was to suppress enemy fire while creating opportunities for forces armed with close combat weapons to advance within effective range of enemy positions. The most experienced close combat specialists were assigned to assault teams charged with attacking fortified enemy positions that could not be effectively engaged with ranged weapons. These fighters required not just exceptional individual skill, but the ability to coordinate their activities with other team members while operating under conditions of extreme stress and limited visibility. The most dangerous assignments were reserved for what both sides called night crawlers, individual fighters who specialized in infiltration tactics that allowed them to penetrate enemy lines and attack defensive positions from within. These specialists required exceptional knowledge of local urban geography, extraordinary skill in moving silently through cluttered environments, and the psychological resilience necessary to operate alone in territory controlled by hostile forces. But the most remarkable aspect of the warfare that consumed Whitechapel during those 7 November nights was not the weapons or tactics employed by the combatants, but the systematic approach that both sides had developed for managing the logistical requirements of sustained combat. Both the Dorset Street Boys and the Boundary Boys had created supply systems that could maintain their fighters with weapons, ammunition, food, and medical care throughout extended periods of active combat. These logistical systems revealed the sophisticated organizational capabilities that London's criminal gangs had developed through years of managing complex illegal enterprises. They maintained networks of suppliers who could provide specialized goods and services under conditions of extreme danger and uncertainty. They had developed methods for moving materials through hostile territory without detection. They had established medical facilities that could treat combat injuries while maintaining operational security. Most importantly, they had created communication systems that allowed their leadership to coordinate activities across multiple locations while adapting their strategies to changing tactical conditions. These communication networks relied heavily on local residents who served as messengers, observers, and suppliers in exchange for protection and financial compensation. The involvement of local civilian populations in gang warfare operations revealed the extent to which criminal organizations had become integrated into the social fabric of their communities. Rather than simply preying upon local residents, the gangs had developed symbiotic relationships that provided mutual benefits while creating shared interests in the outcomes of criminal conflicts. local business owners provided gangs with intelligence about enemy movements, safe houses for storing weapons and supplies, and covert identities that allowed gang members to move through hostile territory without detection. In exchange, the gangs provided protection from rival criminal organizations, informal banking services that allowed small businesses to access credit and financial management, and dispute resolution services that were often more effective than legal alternatives. Local residents served as early warning systems that allowed gangs to prepare for police raids or enemy attacks. They provided basic medical care for wounded fighters and safe havens for gang members who needed to disappear temporarily from public view. They participated in the intelligence networks that allowed gang leadership to monitor conditions throughout their territories and beyond. But perhaps most significantly, local populations had become psychologically invested in the success of their neighborhood gangs. The protection and services that criminal organizations provided had created genuine loyalty that extended beyond simple fear or economic dependence. Many residents viewed gang conflicts not as criminal activities that threatened their safety, but as community struggles that would determine their future security and prosperity. This integration of criminal organizations with legitimate community structures created a form of social warfare that extended far beyond the immediate combatants to encompass entire neighborhoods whose residents had become stakeholders in the outcomes of gang conflicts. The battles that raged through Whitechapel streets during November 1891 were not just criminal disputes, but community wars that would determine which populations would prosper and which would suffer under the new arrangements of power and authority that would emerge from the fighting. By dawn, on November 25th, the immediate tactical objectives of both sides had been achieved at costs that neither had fully anticipated. The Boundary Boys had succeeded in penetrating several of the Dorset Street Boys' defensive positions and had inflicted casualties that significantly reduced their enemies' combat effectiveness. But they had also suffered losses that compromised their own ability to exploit their tactical advantages, and they had discovered that controlling territory was far more difficult than capturing it. The Dorset Street Boys had demonstrated that their defensive preparations and community relationships provided them with significant advantages in sustained combat, but they had also learned that purely defensive strategies could not address the fundamental problems that had led to the conflict. Their enemies' willingness to accept heavy casualties in exchange for territorial gains suggested that the underlying issues would require resolution through means that extended beyond military victory. The fog that had concealed 7 nights of systematic violence began to lift as the sun rose over London's East End, revealing a landscape that had been transformed by warfare into something that resembled the aftermath of military campaigns more than the results of criminal conflict. But the most significant changes were not visible to casual observers. They existed in the minds of the combatants who had survived the fighting and in the complex relationships between criminal organizations and the communities within which they operated. The warfare in the fog had established precedents for gang conflict that would influence the development of organized crime throughout the industrialized world. It had demonstrated that criminal organizations could achieve levels of tactical sophistication and logistical capability that rivaled military forces, while developing forms of community integration that provided them with resources and support that purely predatory criminal groups could never access. But it had also revealed the inherent limitations of violence as a tool for resolving the fundamental conflicts that arose when criminal organizations competed for control over the same territories and resources. The battles of November 1891 had changed the balance of power between London's major gangs, but they had not eliminated the underlying conditions that made such conflicts inevitable. The fog had lifted, but the shadows it had concealed would continue to shape the development of London's criminal underworld for generations to come. Chapter 6: The Women Who Fought Back. In the blood-soaked mythology of Victorian gang warfare, where brutal men carved kingdoms from cobblestone and terror, history has largely forgotten the women who not only survived in this savage ecosystem, but who often proved more ruthless, more innovative, and infinitely more dangerous than their male counterparts. These were not the victims that conventional narratives would suggest, nor were they merely the auxiliary supporters of male criminal organizations. They were warriors, strategists, and leaders who had learned to weaponize every aspect of femininity, while discarding every constraint that Victorian society attempted to impose upon their ambitions. Picture Mary, the Razor, McNeil, standing in the candlelit back room of the George Tavern on the night of December 3rd, 1891, conducting what she privately called a graduation ceremony, but which any observer would more accurately describe as one of the most terrifying initiation rituals in the history of London's criminal underworld. Mary was 24 years old, possessed of the kind of ethereal beauty that made men underestimate her until the moment her blade found their throats, and she commanded a network of female criminals whose influence extended from the docks of Wapping to the fashionable shops of Oxford Street. The candidate standing before her was 16-year-old Catherine Sullivan, an Irish immigrant whose father had died in a factory accident and whose mother had been driven to prostitution by the grinding poverty that consumed working-class families like a disease. Catherine had requested admission to Mary's organisation not out of romantic notions about criminal adventure, but from the cold calculation of a young woman who had looked at her available options and concluded that organised crime offered better prospects for survival and advancement than any legitimate alternative. But admission to Mary McNeil's inner circle required more than simple desperation or criminal ambition. It demanded proof that the candidate possessed not just the courage to inflict violence, but the psychological resilience to endure forms of brutality that would break most people's capacity for rational thought. The initiation ritual that Catherine would undergo had been designed through years of experimentation to identify individuals who possessed the rare combination of intelligence, ruthlessness, and emotional stability that effective female criminals required to operate successfully in London's most dangerous environment. The first test was deceptively simple. Catherine was required to drink a full pint of gin without showing any visible signs of intoxication or physical distress. This was not a casual drinking challenge, but a practical assessment of her ability to function effectively while under the influence of alcohol, a skill that was essential for female criminals who often had to conduct business in environments where refusing drinks would arouse suspicion or signal weakness to potential enemies. But the gin had been doctored with substances that would amplify its effects while testing Catherine's tolerance for physical discomfort. Laudanum intensified the alcohol's impact on her nervous system while creating mild hallucinatory effects that would challenge her ability to distinguish reality from perception. A small quantity of ipecac root ensured that she would experience nausea that most people would find incapacitating, testing her capacity to maintain composure while enduring considerable physical distress. Catherine's successful completion of this first challenge demonstrated not just physical toughness, but the kind of mental discipline that distinguished professional criminals from desperate amateurs. She had proven that she could function effectively under conditions that would render most people helpless, and she had done so without compromising her dignity or revealing vulnerabilities that enemies might later exploit. The second test required Catherine to demonstrate her understanding of the psychological techniques that effective female criminals employed to manipulate their victims and allies. She was presented with 3 different scenarios, each requiring her to assume a different identity and accomplish specific objectives through deception and emotional manipulation rather than physical intimidation. In the first scenario, she had to convince a middle-class gentleman that she was a respectable young woman who had been separated from her family during a visit to the East End and needed assistance returning to safer areas of London. This test evaluated her ability to adopt the speech patterns, mannerisms, and social assumptions of a class background entirely different from her own, while maintaining the kind of convincing performance that would allow her to gain access to victims who would never suspect her criminal intentions. The second scenario required her to pose as a police informant seeking information about criminal activities from residents who had legitimate reasons to fear cooperation with law enforcement. This challenged her understanding of the complex relationships between criminals, police, and civilian populations, while testing her ability to exploit the fears and loyalties that shaped behaviour in London's criminal districts. The third scenario was the most psychologically demanding. She had to convince another young woman to betray information about her male relative's criminal activities by presenting herself as someone who could provide protection or assistance that the victim desperately needed. This test evaluated Catherine's willingness to exploit the particular vulnerabilities of other women, while assessing her understanding of the social dynamics that governed relationships within criminal families and organisations. Catherine's performance in these role-playing exercises revealed the sophisticated understanding of human psychology that Mary McNeil demanded from members of her organisation. She demonstrated that she could adapt her personality and behavior to suit different tactical requirements, that she understood the social cues and cultural assumptions that allowed effective manipulation of diverse target populations, and that she possessed the emotional detachment necessary to exploit other people's weaknesses without being compromised by sympathy or moral qualms. But the final test was designed to evaluate something that no amount of training or preparation could provide: the capacity for violence that professional criminals required to survive in environments where hesitation or squeamishness could prove fatal. Catherine was presented with a bound and gagged man who'd been identified as an informant working for a rival criminal organization, someone whose betrayal of gang secrets had already resulted in the arrest and imprisonment of several of Mary's associates. The task was simple in its brutality. Catherine had to use a razor to inflict specific injuries that would send clear messages about the consequences of cooperation with law enforcement, while ensuring that the victim survived to communicate those messages to other potential informants. This was not random torture or sadistic entertainment, but systematic violence designed to achieve specific psychological and strategic objectives within the complex ecosystem of London's criminal underworld. The precision required for this task demanded not just willingness to inflict pain, but detailed knowledge of human anatomy, understanding of how different types of injury would heal and scar, and the kind of steady nerves that allowed accurate work under conditions of extreme psychological stress. Catherine had to demonstrate that she could function as a surgical instrument of organizational policy, inflicting exactly the amount of damage necessary to achieve strategic objectives without exceeding the boundaries that distinguish professional violence from uncontrolled brutality. Her successful completion of this final challenge marked her transformation from desperate immigrant girl to professional criminal operative, a change that was symbolized by the tattoo that Mary McNeil personally carved into Catherine's forearm using techniques that had been developed specifically for marking members of female criminal organizations. The design incorporated symbols that identified her as a member of Mary's network, while encoding information about her specializations, her rank within the organization, and the specific territories where she was authorized to operate. But Catherine's initiation represented more than just the recruitment of another criminal operative. It demonstrated the sophisticated systems that women like Mary McNeil had developed for identifying, training, and deploying human resources in pursuit of criminal objectives that required capabilities that male-dominated organizations typically could not access or develop effectively. The network that Mary commanded operated according to principles that combined the territorial focus of traditional gangs with the operational flexibility of commercial enterprises and the social sophistication of legitimate women's organizations. Her operatives could function convincingly in environments ranging from fashionable West End social gatherings to the most squalid East End brothels, providing her organization with intelligence-gathering capabilities and operational opportunities that purely male criminal groups could never access. Consider the case of Sarah Whitman, one of Mary's most successful operatives, who specialized in what the organization called society theft, criminal operations that targeted wealthy individuals who frequented London's most exclusive social venues. Sarah had been recruited from a background similar to Catherine's, but her particular combination of intelligence, beauty, and social skills had allowed her to develop techniques for infiltrating upper-class social circles that provided access to targets who possessed both significant wealth and minimal experience with professional criminals. Sarah's methods revealed the remarkable sophistication that female criminals had achieved in exploiting the social assumptions and cultural blind spots that characterize Victorian society. She had learned to present herself as a young woman of genteel background who had fallen on hard times due to family misfortunes, a story that appealed to Victorian sentiments about feminine virtue while providing explanations for any inconsistencies in her behavior or background that observant targets might notice. Her criminal techniques combined traditional theft skills with advanced psychological manipulation that allowed her to convince victims to provide access to their homes, their financial resources, and their personal information through methods that they would never recognize as criminal activity. She specialized in establishing romantic relationships with wealthy men who were emotionally isolated or socially insecure, gradually gaining their trust and affection while systematically extracting information and resources that could be used for subsequent criminal operations. But Sarah's most valuable contributions to Mary's organization involved her development of intelligence networks within London's upper-class social circles that provided advance information about wealthy individuals' travel schedules, financial circumstances, and personal habits. This intelligence allowed the organization to plan sophisticated criminal operations that could be conducted with minimal risk of detection, while maximizing the potential for substantial profits. The success of operatives like Sarah demonstrated that female criminals could achieve levels of access and influence within legitimate society that male criminals could never duplicate. Their ability to exploit Victorian assumptions about feminine innocence and social propriety provided them with operational advantages that were simply unavailable to their male counterparts, while their understanding of the emotional and psychological needs that shaped upper-class social relationships allowed them to manipulate victims with techniques that were far more subtle and far more effective than crude intimidation or physical violence. But Mary McNeil's organisation had also developed techniques for more direct forms of criminal activity that demonstrated the evolution of female gang culture beyond traditional roles as supporters or auxiliaries of male criminal enterprises. Her operatives had learned to employ violence with the same systematic efficiency that characterised successful male gangs, but adapted to take advantage of the particular opportunities and constraints that affected female criminals operating in Victorian London. The weapons favoured by Mary's organisation reflected both practical considerations and the specific tactical requirements of female criminals who had to operate in environments where they could not rely on physical size or strength to overcome opponents. Razors remained the preferred weapon for close-quarters combat, partly because they were easily concealed and readily available, but primarily because they could inflict decisive damage with relatively little physical force when employed with proper technique. But Mary's operatives had also developed more sophisticated weapons that combined concealment capabilities with enhanced effectiveness in combat situations. Hairpins and hatpins had been modified to serve as stabbing weapons that could penetrate clothing and flesh, while remaining virtually invisible until deployed. Jewellery had been adapted to include hidden blades and striking surfaces that could be used for both offensive and defensive purposes. Perhaps most innovatively, several of Mary's operatives had learned to use clothing itself as a weapon system, incorporating hidden pockets for concealing weapons and stolen goods, designing garments that could be rapidly modified to change their wearer's apparent social status, and developing techniques for using items like corset stays and dress bones as improvised weapons when conventional arms were not available. The training methods that Mary employed to develop these combat skills revealed her understanding that female criminals required different techniques than their male counterparts, but that properly trained women could be just as effective in violent confrontations as men who relied primarily on brute force. Her operatives learned to exploit opponents' assumptions about feminine weakness and inexperience, using misdirection and deception to create opportunities for decisive attacks that ended conflicts before opponents could adjust their tactics to account for their enemies' actual capabilities. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Mary McNeil's organisation was its development of what might be called sisterhood networks that provided female criminals with forms of mutual support and collective protection that extended far beyond the immediate requirements of criminal operations. These networks created social bonds that were often stronger and more reliable than family relationships, providing members with emotional support, practical assistance, and strategic cooperation that enhanced both their individual effectiveness and their collective security. The initiation rituals, shared dangers, and mutual dependence that characterized membership in Mary's organization created loyalty bonds that were reinforced by the recognition that betrayal or abandonment could prove fatal for all involved. Members understood that their survival depended not just on their individual skills and resources, but on their ability to function effectively as part of a collective that was stronger and more resilient than any individual could be alone. These sisterhood networks also provided Mary's organization with strategic advantages that purely individual criminals or loosely affiliated groups could not achieve. Coordinated operations involving multiple operatives could accomplish objectives that would have been impossible for individual criminals to attempt. Shared intelligence and resources allowed the organization to support members who encountered difficulties or opportunities that exceeded their individual capabilities. Most importantly, the collective identity and mutual loyalty that characterized Mary's organization provided its members with forms of meaning and purpose that transcended the immediate material benefits of criminal activity. They were not just individual criminals pursuing personal advantage, but members of a community that provided identity, belonging, and shared purpose that many had never experienced in their legitimate lives. By the winter of 1891, Mary McNeil's network had evolved into something that transcended conventional definitions of criminal organization. They had become a hybrid institution that combined criminal enterprise with social movement, business organization with mutual aid society, military unit with extended family. They provided their members with economic opportunities, personal protection, social identity, and emotional support that legitimate society had failed to offer to young women whose backgrounds and circumstances excluded them from conventional paths to security and advancement. But they had also become a force that challenged fundamental assumptions about gender, class, and social organization that underpinned Victorian society. They demonstrated that women could be just as capable of systematic violence and criminal innovation as men, that working-class individuals could develop organizational and strategic capabilities that rivaled those of educated elites, and that excluded populations could create alternative institutions that served their needs more effectively than official ones. The women who fought back in London's gang wars were not fighting just for territorial control or criminal profits, but for recognition of their right to exist on their own terms in a society that had attempted to render them invisible. Their success in creating effective criminal organizations represented a form of social revolution that would influence the development of women's roles in organized crime throughout the modern world, while their innovations in criminal technique and organizational structure would be studied and adapted by subsequent generations of criminals who recognized the effectiveness of methods that had been developed by necessity in the crucible of Victorian London's most dangerous streets. Catherine Sullivan's successful initiation into Mary McNeil's organisation marked the beginning of a criminal career that would span decades and influence the development of female organised crime throughout the British Empire. But it also represented something larger, proof that the women of London's criminal underworld had learned not just to survive in the savage ecosystem that Victorian society had created, but to master it, to reshape it according to their own purposes, and to demonstrate that they were as capable of ruling kingdoms of terror as any man who had ever claimed dominion over the blood-soaked streets of Whitechapel. Thus, we witnessed the emergence of female criminal organizations that challenged every assumption about gender, violence, and power in Victorian London. In our next chapters, we shall explore how these various criminal enterprises learned to extract profit from the legitimate economy through sophisticated systems of extortion and protection, and how their innovations in criminal business practice would establish templates for organized crime that continue to influence illegal enterprises throughout the modern world. Rest well, dear listeners, but remember that the shadows of history often conceal the stories of those who refused to accept the roles that society attempted to impose upon them, and whose rebellion took forms that respectable chroniclers preferred not to acknowledge or understand. Chapter 10. Children of Violence. In the festering rookeries of Victorian London, where childhood was a luxury that few could afford and innocence a burden that none could bear, no tragedy was more systematic or more calculating than the deliberate recruitment and corruption of street children by the criminal organisations that ruled the East End through violence and fear. These were not the romantic tales of plucky orphans finding surrogate families among thieves that popular fiction would later create, but the methodical destruction of young minds and souls by predators who understood that children could be transformed into perfect criminal instruments if their moral development was arrested and redirected at precisely the right moments of psychological vulnerability. Picture 9-year-old Timothy Ashford, crouched in the narrow space between two tenement buildings on Flower and Dean Street, at midnight on March 3rd, 1893, his skeletal frame trembling not from the bitter cold that seeped through his threadbare clothing, but from the withdrawal symptoms that had been racking his small body for the past 18 hours. Timothy had been living on the streets for 7 months. Ever since his mother's death from consumption had left him without family, home, or any legitimate means of survival in a society that regarded homeless children as problems to be eliminated rather than citizens to be protected. But Timothy's story was not one of simple abandonment or tragic circumstance. His current condition was the result of a carefully orchestrated campaign of recruitment and conditioning that had been designed by criminal organizations whose understanding of child psychology rivaled that of university researchers and whose techniques for breaking and reshaping young minds would have impressed military trainers whose job was to transform civilians into soldiers capable of killing without hesitation or moral qualm. The process had begun 4 months earlier when Timothy was approached by a girl perhaps 2 years older than himself, who identified herself only as Annie, and who offered him food, shelter, and protection in exchange for performing what she described as simple errands for people who could provide him with better living conditions than the workhouse dormitories or charity institutions that represented his only legal alternatives to starvation on the streets. Annie was herself a product of the same recruitment system that she was now employing to ensnare Timothy, a 12-year-old veteran of street crime whose apparent youth and feminine vulnerability concealed training in violence, deception, and psychological manipulation that would have been remarkable in an adult criminal. She had learned to identify potential recruits among the homeless children who haunted London's poorest districts, targeting those whose circumstances made them most susceptible to criminal influences, while avoiding those whose family connections or institutional supports might complicate their recruitment or create problems for their criminal employers. The organisation that Annie represented had perfected techniques for child recruitment that combined genuine assistance with systematic corruption, providing their targets with immediate relief from hunger, cold, and physical danger, while gradually introducing them to activities that would compromise their moral development and make them dependent on criminal sources of income and protection. Timothy's initial assignments had seemed innocent enough, delivering messages between adults who preferred not to meet in person, observing and reporting on the activities of people who lived or worked in specific locations, carrying packages whose contents he was instructed never to examine or question. The work was well paid by the standards of street children, providing him with regular meals, decent clothing, and access to sheltered sleeping places that were luxury beyond imagination for someone who had been surviving in doorways and abandoned buildings. But each assignment had been carefully designed to advance his criminal education while deepening his involvement in activities that would make it increasingly difficult for him to return to legitimate society. The messages he carried contained information about planned criminal activities, making him an accomplice to crimes even though he remained ignorant of their specific nature. The surveillance work he performed provided criminal organizations with intelligence that was used to plan thefts, assaults, and other offenses that could be traced back to his observations if law enforcement agencies discovered his role in gathering information. Most insidiously, the packages he transported contained stolen goods, illegal substances, and weapons that made him guilty of serious crimes, despite his ignorance of their contents. His handlers had ensured that he could be arrested and prosecuted as an adult criminal at any time they chose to abandon him, creating a form of leverage that made resistance to their demands virtually impossible. The psychological conditioning that accompanied Timothy's practical criminal training had been designed according to principles that recognized the particular vulnerabilities of children who had been traumatized by abandonment, poverty, and abuse. His criminal handlers had provided him with the emotional support and social belonging that legitimate society had denied him, creating artificial family relationships that were far more psychologically compelling than any institutional alternatives could have provided. But they had also systematically undermined his capacity for moral reasoning by exposing him to forms of violence and criminality that were presented as normal aspects of adult behavior. Timothy had been required to witness beatings, thefts, and other criminal activities as part of his training, with his handlers explaining that such actions were necessary responses to the injustices that society had committed against people like themselves. The opium addiction that was now consuming Timothy's small body represented the final stage of his recruitment process, a form of chemical control that would make him completely dependent on his criminal handlers for substances that his body now required for basic functioning. The drug had been introduced gradually, mixed with food and drink that he had been given as rewards for successful completion of criminal assignments, creating physical dependency before he understood what was happening to his body or what the long-term consequences would be for his health and autonomy. The criminal organization that had recruited Timothy operated what amounted to an industrial system for processing homeless children into specialized criminal operatives, with different training programs designed to develop different types of criminal skill based on individual aptitudes and organizational needs. Children who displayed particular intelligence were trained as lookouts, messengers, and intelligence gatherers who could move through adult environments without arousing suspicion. Those who showed physical courage and coordination were developed as pickpockets, burglars, and second-story men who could access locations and opportunities unavailable to adult criminals. The most psychologically resilient children were selected for training as enforcers and intimidators, taught to employ violence with the same systematic efficiency that characterized professional adult criminals. These child soldiers learned to use knives, clubs, and improvised weapons with deadly effectiveness, while developing the emotional detachment necessary to inflict pain and injury without experiencing the moral qualms that might compromise their operational effectiveness. But perhaps the most valuable assets that criminal organizations could develop were children who could function as perfect infiltrators, capable of gaining access to legitimate institutions and social environments, where adult criminals would be immediately recognized as threats. These specially trained children could be inserted into schools, workhouses, domestic service positions, and apprenticeships, where they could gather intelligence, facilitate criminal activities, and recruit additional children for criminal organizations. Consider the case of Margaret Little Maggie O'Sullivan, a 13-year-old girl who had been recruited by Mary McNeil's organization and trained to function as a domestic servant in wealthy households while gathering information that could be used to plan sophisticated burglary operations. Maggie had learned to read and write at a level that allowed her to copy documents, correspondence, and financial records that provided criminal organizations with detailed intelligence about their targets' assets, schedules, and security arrangements. But Maggie's most valuable contributions to criminal operations involved her ability to create opportunities for other criminals to access properties that would otherwise have been impossible to penetrate. Her position as a trusted household servant allowed her to disable security measures, copy keys, and provide detailed information about the locations of valuable items and the patterns of residents' daily activities. The psychological impact of this work on Maggie's development had been profound and disturbing. The constant deception required by her dual role as servant and criminal had destroyed her capacity for genuine emotional relationships, while her systematic betrayal of the trust placed in her by employers had eliminated her ability to distinguish between legitimate and criminal behavior. Most tragically, Maggie's success in her criminal role had made her valuable enough to her handlers that they had invested considerable resources in maintaining her cover identity and protecting her from discovery. This protection came at the cost of complete isolation from any influences that might have encouraged moral development or provided alternatives to criminal life. The training methods that criminal organizations employed to develop child operatives like Timothy and Maggie revealed sophisticated understanding of child psychology that had been developed through years of experimentation with different approaches to breaking and reshaping young minds. Criminal handlers had learned to identify the specific traumas and vulnerabilities that made individual children susceptible to different types of conditioning, while developing techniques for reinforcing criminal behavior that were more effective than those employed by legitimate institutions for encouraging moral development. Physical punishment was employed not as random brutality, but as systematic behavioral modification designed to associate specific actions with specific consequences. Children who failed to complete criminal assignments satisfactorily were subjected to carefully calibrated violence that was severe enough to create lasting psychological impressions, but not so extreme as to damage their usefulness for future operations. But criminal organizations had also learned that positive reinforcement was far more effective than punishment for creating the kind of psychological dependency that made children into reliable long-term assets. Food, shelter, clothing, drugs, and emotional support were provided according to schedules that rewarded criminal behavior, while making children understand that their basic survival needs could only be met through continued cooperation with their criminal handlers. The social environment that criminal organizations created for their child operatives had been designed to eliminate exposure to legitimate moral influences while providing artificial families that met children's need for belonging and identity. Child criminals lived in groups that provided mutual support and camaraderie, but only within frameworks that reinforced criminal values and eliminated opportunities for developing relationships with people who might encourage different life choices. Most insidiously, criminal organizations had learned to exploit children's natural desire for adult approval and recognition by creating hierarchical structures that allowed successful child criminals to achieve status and authority within their artificial families. Children who demonstrated exceptional criminal abilities could be promoted to positions where they supervised and trained newer recruits, creating investment in the criminal organization's success that made it psychologically difficult for them to consider alternatives, even when opportunities for legitimate life became available. The impact of these child recruitment systems on London's broader social environment was profound and lasting. Criminal organizations that could draw on virtually unlimited supplies of child operatives could undertake forms of criminal activity that would have been impossible with adult personnel alone. Children could access locations and social environments where adults would be immediately recognized as threats, while their apparent innocence provided cover for criminal activities that law enforcement agencies were unprepared to detect or counter. But perhaps more significantly, the systematic corruption of children by criminal organizations created future generations of adult criminals whose moral development had been so thoroughly disrupted that they were incapable of functioning in legitimate society. Children who had been trained from early ages to view violence, theft, and deception as normal aspects of human behavior became adults who could not understand why such activities should be considered wrong or harmful. The case of Daniel Black Dan Corrigan illustrated the long-term consequences of childhood recruitment by criminal organizations. Corrigan had been recruited at age 8 by the Dorset Street Boys and had spent his entire adolescence learning criminal techniques while being systematically isolated from legitimate moral influences. By age 25, he had become one of the most feared enforcers in London's criminal underworld, but he had also become psychologically incapable of forming normal human relationships or understanding concepts like empathy, remorse, or moral obligation. Corrigan's attempts to leave criminal life after his marriage to a respectable working-class woman had failed because he could not comprehend the behavioral expectations and emotional requirements of legitimate relationships. His childhood conditioning had left him unable to distinguish between appropriate and inappropriate responses to conflict, while his training in violence and intimidation had become so deeply embedded in his personality that he could not interact with other people without employing criminal techniques for manipulation and control. The failure of adult criminals like Corrigan to transition to legitimate life had profound implications for the sustainability and expansion of criminal organizations throughout London. Criminal groups that invested in child recruitment were creating renewable resources that would provide them with trained personnel for decades, while also ensuring that their organizational knowledge and techniques would be preserved and transmitted to future generations of criminals. But the systematic destruction of childhood innocence and moral development also created social costs that extended far beyond the immediate victims of criminal recruitment. Communities where criminal organizations operated child recruitment systems lost entire generations of potential contributors to legitimate social and economic development, while gaining populations of adults whose psychological damage made them permanent burdens on social institutions that were already struggling to address the challenges of urban poverty and social disruption. The techniques that London's criminal organizations developed for recruiting and conditioning children would influence the development of organized crime throughout the world for generations to come. Their innovations in child psychology and behavioral modification would be studied and adapted by criminal groups in every major city in the industrialized world, while their methods for creating artificial families and alternative social institutions would provide templates for criminal organizations that face similar challenges in recruiting and retaining personnel. But perhaps most tragically, the success of criminal child recruitment systems would force legitimate social institutions to compete with criminal organizations for influence over vulnerable children, creating forms of institutional rivalry that often resulted in the abandonment of children who could not be easily integrated into legitimate programs or who showed signs of criminal influence. Timothy Ashford's story, repeated thousands of times throughout Victorian London, represented more than individual tragedy or criminal exploitation. It illustrated the systematic failure of legitimate social institutions to protect the most vulnerable members of society, while demonstrating the remarkable effectiveness of criminal organizations that had learned to provide children with forms of belonging, purpose, and identity that legitimate society had failed to offer. The children of violence who emerged from London's criminal recruitment systems would carry the scars of their conditioning throughout their lives, but they would also carry the skills, knowledge, and organizational techniques that would shape the development of organized crime throughout the modern world. Their transformation from innocent victims to professional criminals represented one of the darkest achievements of Victorian criminal organization, but it also demonstrated the human capacity for adaptation and survival under conditions that would have destroyed less resilient populations. As Timothy crouched in that narrow alley, his small body racked by withdrawal and his mind clouded by conditioning that had systematically destroyed his capacity for moral reasoning, he embodied both the tragedy and the terrible effectiveness of criminal systems that had learned to transform society's most vulnerable members into its most dangerous predators. The children of violence had become the foundation on which London's criminal organisations built their power, but they had also become living evidence of the social costs that such power inevitably extracted from the communities where it flourished. Chapter 11. The Peaky Blinders Connection. The railway lines that connected London to Birmingham in the 1890s carried more than passengers and commercial goods. They transported criminal innovations, territorial disputes, and organisational techniques that would transform organised crime throughout industrial England. As the notorious Peaky Blinders of Birmingham reached the height of their power and influence, their connections with London's East End gangs created networks of criminal cooperation and competition that established templates for organised crime that would persist throughout the British Isles for generations to come. Picture the smoke-filled back room of the Railway Tavern in Birmingham's Bawdsley district on the evening of April 15, 1894, where Thomas "Tommy" Shelby, not the romanticised figure of later fiction, but a cold-blooded criminal entrepreneur whose innovations in gang organisation had made him the most feared man in the Midlands, was conducting negotiations with representatives from 3 of London's most powerful criminal organisations. The meeting had been arranged through intermediaries who understood that the growing influence of Birmingham gangs was creating opportunities for cooperation that could benefit all parties, but also threats that needed to be managed before they escalated into the kind of territorial warfare that could attract unwanted attention from government authorities. Shelby was 28 years old, a veteran of industrial violence who had learned his trade in the brutal environment of Birmingham's metalworking factories before discovering that the same organisational principles that governed efficient manufacturing could be applied to criminal enterprises with remarkable effectiveness. Under his leadership, the Peaky Blinders had evolved from a loose confederation of neighbourhood toughs into a sophisticated criminal corporation that controlled illegal gambling, protection rackets, and smuggling operations throughout the industrial Midlands. But Shelby's ambitions extended far beyond Birmingham's city limits. He had recognised that the railway networks that connected Britain's industrial cities created opportunities for criminal enterprises that could operate on a scale that had never before been possible. Goods, information, and personnel could be moved rapidly between distant cities, while law enforcement agencies that were organised on local and regional levels could not effectively coordinate responses to criminal activities that crossed jurisdictional boundaries. The London representatives who had travelled to Birmingham for this meeting understood that Shelby's vision posed both opportunities and threats for their own organisations. Michael the Gentleman O'Brien had come from Commercial Street, Mary the Razor McNeil represented her network of female criminals, and Seamus, the Blade O'Malley, spoke for the Dorset Street Boys, 3 leaders whose cooperation had been essential for maintaining the complex balance of power that allowed multiple criminal organisations to operate successfully within London's East End. "Gentleman and lady," Shelby began, his Birmingham accent carrying undertones of threat that his polite words could not entirely conceal. "I've invited you here because our respective organisations have reached a point where our interests either align or conflict. The choice of which it will be depends on decisions we make tonight." Shelby's analysis of the situation revealed the sophisticated understanding of criminal economics that had made the Peaky Blinders so successful in expanding beyond their original territorial boundaries. Birmingham's location at the centre of Britain's railway network provided criminal organisations with access to every major city in England, Scotland and Wales, while the industrial nature of the Midlands economy created opportunities for large-scale smuggling and illegal manufacturing that were not available in cities that depended primarily on commerce and finance. The Peaky Blinders had developed techniques for moving stolen goods, contraband substances, and wanted criminals throughout Britain using railway networks that law enforcement agencies monitored poorly, if at all. They had established relationships with corrupt railway workers, station officials and freight handlers that allowed them to transport criminal cargo with minimal risk of detection, while their knowledge of train schedules and routing systems provided them with operational advantages that purely local criminal organisations could not match. But most importantly, Shelby had recognized that criminal organizations that operated across multiple cities could achieve economies of scale that made them far more profitable and far more resilient than gangs that limited themselves to single urban areas. Resources that were abundant in one city could be transported to locations where they commanded premium prices, while personnel who had become too notorious or too endangered in one area could be relocated to places where they could resume their criminal careers with minimal risk. O'Brien's response revealed the concerns that London's criminal leaders harboured about Birmingham's expansion into what they considered their traditional areas of operation. "Your people have been conducting business in London without consulting existing organisations," he pointed out, his carefully modulated voice conveying disapproval without direct confrontation. This creates complications that could benefit no one if they are allowed to continue. The territorial disputes that had prompted this meeting involved more than simple competition for criminal opportunities. The Peaky Blinders' expansion into London markets had disrupted carefully negotiated agreements between local organisations, while their superior resources and organisational sophistication had allowed them to offer services and compete for clients in ways that threatened the economic foundations of established gangs. Birmingham criminals who had been operating in London were not bound by the complex protocols and mutual understandings that governed relationships between local organisations. They could engage in forms of competition that established gangs had agreed to avoid, while their ability to retreat to Birmingham if London operations became too dangerous gave them tactical advantages that purely local criminals did not possess. But the most serious problem involved the Peaky Blinders' recruitment of London criminals who possessed specialised knowledge about local conditions, law enforcement procedures, and competitor capabilities. These recruits provided Birmingham organisations with intelligence and expertise that allowed them to operate more effectively in London than local gangs could operate in Birmingham, creating asymmetrical advantages that threatened to destabilise the entire criminal ecosystem of the East End. Mary McNeil's contribution to the negotiations focused on the particular challenges that Birmingham expansion had created for female criminal organisations. "Your boys don't understand how things work with the women's networks," she explained, her voice carrying the kind of authority that came from managing complex criminal operations for more than a decade. "They're disrupting arrangements that took years to establish, and they're doing it without understanding the consequences." The Peaky Blinders' approach to criminal organisation reflected the masculine culture of Birmingham's industrial environment, where violence and direct confrontation were preferred methods for resolving disputes and establishing hierarchy. This approach was poorly suited to the more subtle forms of criminal activity that female organisations had developed in London, where success often depended on maintaining relationships with legitimate businesses and community institutions that would be disrupted by overtly aggressive tactics. Birmingham criminals who attempted to employ Peaky Blinder methods in London's more complex social environment often created problems that extended far beyond their immediate criminal objectives. Their willingness to use violence against competitors, their disregard for established territorial boundaries, and their tendency to attract attention from law enforcement agencies had damaged relationships that London's female criminals had spent years developing with corrupt officials, legitimate businesses, and community leaders. But the meeting also revealed opportunities for cooperation that could benefit all parties if appropriate agreements could be negotiated. Shelby's proposal involved the creation of what he called a criminal railway, a coordinated network of criminal organisations that could transport goods, services, and personnel throughout Britain using the same principles that legitimate businesses employed for national commercial operations. "Think of it as a criminal corporation," Shelby explained, his eyes reflecting the kind of calculating intelligence that had made him one of the most successful criminal entrepreneurs of his generation. "Each organisation maintains control over its traditional territories and activities, but we coordinate our efforts to achieve objectives that none of us could accomplish independently." The benefits of such coordination were immediately apparent to the London representatives. Criminal organisations that could access Birmingham's manufacturing capabilities could obtain weapons, drugs, and other illegal goods at prices that would allow them to undersell competitors who depended on more expensive London sources. Information about law enforcement activities could be shared between cities, providing advance warning about investigations and operations that might affect criminal activities in multiple locations. Most significantly, the criminal railway would provide all participating organisations with access to new markets and opportunities that had previously been unavailable to purely local groups. London criminals who specialised in particular types of theft or fraud could export their techniques to Birmingham and other industrial cities, while Birmingham organisations could bring their expertise in manufacturing and smuggling to London markets that could provide higher profits than Midlands operations. But the negotiation of such agreements required resolution of fundamental conflicts about territorial control, operational methods, and profit distribution that reflected deeper differences between the criminal cultures that had developed in different urban environments. Birmingham's industrial background had created criminal organisations that operated according to principles derived from factory management and labour organisation, while London's commercial environment had produced gangs that functioned more like service businesses that provided specialised capabilities to diverse clienteles. The compromise that emerged from 3 days of negotiation established what would become known as the Northern Agreement, a criminal compact that divided Britain into spheres of influence while creating mechanisms for cooperation that allowed criminal organisations to operate across territorial boundaries under specific circumstances and according to agreed-upon procedures. London organisations retained primary control over their traditional territories, but granted Birmingham gangs limited access to specific types of criminal opportunities that did not directly compete with established local operations. In exchange, London criminals gained access to Birmingham's superior manufacturing and transportation capabilities, while both groups agreed to share intelligence about law enforcement activities and coordinate responses to threats that affected multiple organisations. But perhaps most importantly, the Northern Agreement established procedures for recruiting and training criminals that could operate effectively in multiple urban environments. Young criminals who demonstrated exceptional abilities could be exchanged between organisations, receiving specialised training that would make them valuable assets for operations that required expertise in different urban conditions and criminal techniques. The implementation of the Northern Agreement over the following months demonstrated both the possibilities and the limitations of criminal cooperation on a national scale. Coordinated operations that involved London and Birmingham organisations proved remarkably successful, generating profits that exceeded what either group could have achieved independently while reducing risks through diversification and mutual support. The criminal railway that Shelby had envisioned became reality through the establishment of transportation networks that could move stolen goods from London to Birmingham, contraband substances from Birmingham to London, and wanted criminals between cities when circumstances required relocation. These networks operated with efficiency that rivaled legitimate commercial transportation, while maintaining security measures that prevented law enforcement penetration. Intelligence sharing between London and Birmingham organisations provided all participants with information about law enforcement activities, competitor capabilities, and market opportunities that enhanced their operational effectiveness, while reducing their exposure to official pressure. Criminal organisations that had previously operated with limited knowledge of conditions beyond their immediate territories gained access to strategic intelligence that allowed them to plan operations with unprecedented sophistication and foresight. But the Northern Agreement also created new forms of criminal competition and conflict that tested the organisational capabilities of all participating groups. Birmingham criminals who gained access to London markets often discovered that their Midlands techniques were poorly suited to the more complex social environment of the capital, while London criminals who attempted to operate in Birmingham found themselves confronted by industrial conditions and working-class cultures that they did not understand. The most serious challenges involved maintaining the secrecy and operational security that were essential for preventing law enforcement infiltration of the expanded criminal networks. Communication between London and Birmingham required methods that could not be intercepted or decoded by police agencies, while the movement of personnel and goods between cities created opportunities for official surveillance that purely local operations had not faced. Criminal organisations that had developed effective security measures for protecting local operations discovered that national networks required entirely different approaches to counterintelligence and operational security. The expansion of criminal activities across jurisdictional boundaries created vulnerabilities that law enforcement agencies could exploit if they developed coordinated responses to the new forms of criminal organisation that the Northern Agreement had created. By the winter of 1894, the connections between London's East End gangs and Birmingham's Peaky Blinders had established patterns of criminal cooperation that would influence the development of organised crime throughout Britain for generations to come. The techniques they developed for coordinating activities across multiple cities sharing resources and intelligence, and managing territorial disputes through negotiation rather than warfare, would be studied and adapted by criminal organisations throughout the British Empire. But their success had also attracted attention from government authorities, who recognised that criminal organisations capable of operating on a national scale posed threats that exceeded the capabilities of local and regional law enforcement agencies. The Northern Agreement had demonstrated that criminal innovation could proceed as rapidly as any other form of business development when intelligent people were provided with adequate motivation and opportunity to develop their capabilities. The railway lines that connected London to Birmingham continued to carry the fruits of criminal cooperation and competition, but they also carried the seeds of conflicts that would test every aspect of the organisational systems and strategic alliances that the Hooligans of Whitechapel and the Peaky Blinders of Birmingham had developed through years of careful experimentation and gradual evolution. The criminal railway had been built, but its ultimate destination remained uncertain for passengers who had chosen to travel beyond the boundaries of legal society. Chapter 12. Razor Kings and Bottle Fighters. In the brutal hierarchy of Victorian gang warfare, where reputation was measured in scars and authority was established through the systematic application of violence, no weapons were more feared or more symbolic of criminal craftsmanship than the carefully modified razors and purpose-built bottle blades that transformed ordinary street fighters into artists of mayhem. These were not the crude implements of desperate amateurs, but sophisticated instruments of intimidation and control that had been perfected through generations of urban combat, each modification representing accumulated wisdom about the most efficient methods for inflicting pain, marking territory, and sending messages that could be read and understood throughout London's criminal underworld. Picture the workshop of Cornelius the Cutler Macready, hidden in the basement beneath a legitimate barbershop on Brick Lane, where the most feared weapons in London's gang wars were conceived, crafted, and customised according to specifications that reflected not just individual fighting preferences, but strategic considerations about the psychological and tactical requirements of different types of criminal violence. Macready was 53 years old, a Scottish immigrant whose legitimate trade as a surgical instrument maker had provided him with knowledge of metallurgy, edge geometry, and human anatomy that he'd adapted to serve the darker purposes of clients who paid premium prices for weapons that could achieve very specific objectives with minimal risk of detection or legal complications. The razor that Macready was completing on the evening of June 7, 1895, represented the pinnacle of criminal weapon design, a commission from Thomas the Butcher Harrison, whose reputation for precise and systematic violence had made him the most sought-after enforcer in the East End. The weapon had been constructed from Sheffield steel that had been tempered according to techniques that Macready had learned during his apprenticeship with legitimate surgical instrument makers, but modified according to principles that no respectable craftsman would have acknowledged or understood. The blade itself had been ground to specifications that maximised its effectiveness for the particular type of work that Harrison specialised in, intimidation through controlled mutilation that left victims alive but permanently marked with injuries that would serve as advertisements for Harrison's capabilities and warnings to anyone who might consider challenging his authority or that of his employers. The cutting edge had been honed to surgical sharpness, but the blade geometry had been modified to create wounds that would heal in specific patterns that could be read like signatures by anyone familiar with the symbolic language of criminal violence. Different types of cuts conveyed different messages. Parallel lines indicated punishment for territorial violations, curved slashes marked informants who had betrayed criminal organisations, and the distinctive crosshatch patterns that Harrison favoured served as calling cards that identified him as the author of particular acts of violence. But the true artistry of Macready's work lay not in the blade itself, but in the handle modifications that transformed an ordinary razor into a weapon system that could be employed with devastating efficiency under the chaotic conditions of street combat. The grip had been wrapped with silk cord that had been soaked in pine resin, creating a surface that would not slip even when wet with blood or sweat. The tang had been extended and weighted to provide better balance and striking capability, while the pivot mechanism had been modified to allow the blade to lock in position during use, while remaining easy to close for concealment after employment. Most ingeniously, Macready had incorporated features that addressed the specific challenges that professional criminals faced when employing edged weapons in urban environments. A small compartment in the handle contained materials for cleaning the blade and removing evidence after use, while the entire weapon could be disassembled quickly for concealment or disposal if circumstances required immediate abandonment. The bottle weapons that represented the other major category of improvised gang armament revealed different but equally sophisticated approaches to the problem of creating effective weapons from readily available materials. Unlike razors, which required considerable investment and specialized craftsmanship, bottle weapons could be manufactured quickly and cheaply by anyone who understood the basic principles of glass fracture and edge geometry. But the apparent simplicity of bottle weapons concealed remarkable sophistication in their design and application. Master craftsmen like Patrick Bottles Kelly had developed techniques for creating glass blades that were specifically optimized for different types of combat situation, with edge profiles, grip configurations, and weight distributions that reflected detailed understanding of both materials, science, and human biomechanics. Kelly's workshop, located in the cellar beneath a gin palace on Commercial Street, contained an inventory of glass types and processing techniques that would have impressed university researchers studying the properties of different materials. He had discovered that bottles made from different types of glass possessed different characteristics when broken and shaped, with some varieties holding sharp edges longer while others created more devastating wound patterns. The green glass bottles that contained gin and other spirits could be shaped into blades that retained their cutting edges through multiple uses, making them valuable for criminals who needed weapons that could serve in several encounters before requiring replacement. The clear glass bottles used for beer and ale created edges that were less durable but more difficult for opponents to see during combat, providing tactical advantages that compensated for their shorter useful life. But Kelly's most prized materials were the thick brown bottles used for importing various chemicals and pharmaceutical substances, which could be worked into weapons that combined the cutting capability of glass blades with the impact power of clubs. These hybrid weapons were particularly valued by criminals who needed versatile tools that could serve both for intimidation and for serious combat, while remaining inconspicuous enough to avoid immediate recognition by law enforcement personnel. The process of creating effective bottle weapons required skills that combined practical craftsmanship with detailed knowledge of human anatomy and combat dynamics. The glass had to be broken in specific patterns that created blades with optimal edge geometry, while the remaining portions of the bottles had to be modified to provide secure grips that would not slip during use or cut the wielder's hands during combat. Kelly had developed techniques for wrapping glass weapon grips with materials that provided both protection and improved control, using leather strips, cloth bindings, and wire wrappings that were selected based on the specific requirements of individual weapons and their intended uses. Some weapons were designed for single-use applications where immediate disposal after employment was anticipated, while others were crafted for durability that would allow repeated use over extended periods. But perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of Kelly's bottle weapon production involved his development of specialized designs for different types of criminal personnel and tactical situations. Weapons intended for use by pickpockets and other criminals who needed maximum concealment were designed to be as small and unobtrusive as possible, while still maintaining sufficient effectiveness for defensive purposes or for threatening victims who might resist robbery attempts. Enforcers and intimidators required weapons that were optimized for psychological impact as well as physical damage, with designs that created distinctive wound patterns that could serve as signatures while maximizing the visible effects of violence. These weapons were often decorated with additional elements that enhanced their threatening appearance, including wire bindings that created textured grips and glass fragments that were arranged to catch and reflect light in ways that made the weapons more visually intimidating. The most specialized bottle weapons were those designed for female criminals, who faced unique challenges in employing violence effectively within the social constraints that limited their access to conventional weapons and fighting techniques. Kelly had developed glass weapon designs that could be concealed within feminine clothing and accessories, while providing sufficient effectiveness to allow women to defend themselves or intimidate victims despite their generally smaller physical size and strength. These women's weapons often incorporated elements that exploited social assumptions about feminine behavior and capabilities, creating implements that appeared harmless or even decorative until deployed for combat purposes. Hairpins, jewelry, and clothing accessories could be modified to include glass-cutting elements that were virtually undetectable until used, while maintaining their normal appearance and function for everyday purposes. The training methods that gang organizations employed to develop effective fighting skills with these improvised weapons revealed sophisticated understanding of combat psychology and tactical principles that had been developed through years of practical experience in street warfare. New gang members were not simply provided with weapons and expected to use them effectively, but were enrolled in systematic training programs that taught both individual fighting techniques and coordinated group tactics. Individual weapon training focused on developing the muscle memory and tactical awareness that were necessary for employing edged weapons effectively under conditions of extreme stress and limited visibility. Students learned to draw, deploy, and use their weapons with speed and precision, while developing the ability to maintain effectiveness even when injured, intoxicated, or operating in environments where conventional fighting techniques would be impractical. But perhaps more importantly, gang weapon training emphasized the psychological aspects of criminal violence that distinguish professional criminals from amateur fighters. Students learned to employ weapons not just for inflicting physical damage, but for creating specific psychological effects that could achieve strategic objectives without requiring extended combat or risking serious injury to themselves. The art of intimidation through controlled violence required understanding of how different types of weapon use affected both immediate victims and broader audiences who would learn about criminal activities through witnesses, survivors, and physical evidence. Professional criminals learned to calibrate their violence to achieve maximum psychological impact while minimizing legal risks and avoiding actions that might provoke retaliation from law enforcement agencies or rival criminal organizations. Group tactics training focused on developing coordinated fighting techniques that allowed gang members to operate effectively as units, rather than as collections of individual fighters. These tactics recognized that street combat often involved multiple participants on both sides, with outcomes determined by the ability of different groups to coordinate their activities and support each other under chaotic conditions. Gang members learned to employ their weapons in formations that maximized their collective effectiveness, while providing mutual protection and support for individual fighters. They developed communication systems that allowed coordination during combat, without revealing tactical intentions to opponents, while learning to adapt their fighting techniques to different types of urban terrain and environmental conditions. But the most sophisticated aspect of gang weapon training involved the development of what might be called criminal martial arts, systematic approaches to violence that combined weapon techniques with psychological manipulation, tactical deception, and strategic thinking about the broader objectives that violence was intended to achieve. These criminal martial arts recognized that effective criminal violence required more than simple fighting ability, demanding integration of weapon skills with intelligence gathering, threat assessment, and strategic planning that could achieve criminal objectives while minimizing risks and complications for the organizations that employed violence as a tool for territorial control and resource extraction. The Razor Kings and bottle fighters who emerged from London's gang training programs represented a new category of urban warrior whose skills and capabilities exceeded those of conventional criminals or military personnel trained for conventional combat. They had learned to employ violence with precision and effectiveness that served specific strategic objectives while operating within legal and social constraints that required forms of discretion and subtlety that battlefield fighters never needed to develop. The weapons they carried and the techniques they employed had been refined through generations of urban warfare, creating a body of knowledge about criminal violence that represented one of the darkest achievements of Victorian urban culture. Their innovations in weapon design, combat training, and tactical application would influence the development of organized crime throughout the world, while their understanding of violence as a tool for social control would provide templates for criminal organizations that continue to shape urban life throughout the modern world. By the summer of 1895, the streets of London's East End had become testing grounds for forms of criminal violence that combined traditional weapon skills with industrial age innovation and scientific understanding of human psychology and physiology. The Razor Kings and bottle fighters who ruled these territories through fear and precision represented the culmination of centuries of evolution in criminal technique, but they also represented harbingers of changes in organized crime that would transform urban life throughout the industrialized world. The weapons in their hands and the skills they had developed through systematic training would continue to influence criminal development long after the specific gang conflicts of Victorian London had been forgotten. But their immediate impact was already clear. They had proven that criminal organizations could achieve levels of sophistication in violence and intimidation that rivaled military forces while operating within civilian environments that provided no effective defense against their particular forms of expertise and determination. The kings of violence had claimed their thrones in the shadows of empire, and their reigns would continue to shape the development of organized crime throughout the modern world in ways that respectable society was only beginning to understand or acknowledge. Thus we witness the transformation of violence from crude brutality into sophisticated criminal technology, as gang members learned to employ weapons and tactics that reflected detailed understanding of psychology, anatomy, and strategic thinking. In our next chapters, we shall explore how these various criminal innovations culminated in the Great Gang War of 1896, a conflict so massive and so devastating that it would require military intervention to restore order to London's East End, and how this ultimate expression of criminal organisation would reveal both the power and the limitations of the hooligans who had carved kingdoms from the streets of Victorian London. Rest well, dear listeners. But remember that the techniques developed in these ancient wars continue to influence forms of violence that shape urban life throughout the modern world in ways that most people never recognize or understand. Chapter 13. The Great Gang. War of 1896. The summer of 1896 would be remembered in the annals of criminal history as the season when London's East End became a battlefield so savage and so comprehensive that it required the intervention of military forces to restore even the semblance of civilized order. But what began as a territorial dispute between rival protection rackets escalated into something unprecedented in the history of urban warfare, a systematic campaign of violence that demonstrated the full potential of criminal organizations that had evolved beyond simple gang activity to become alternative forms of government capable of mobilizing resources and coordinating activities on a scale that rivaled the official authorities they sought to replace. Picture the scene at dawn on July 12, 1896, as viewed from the bell tower of Christchurch Spitalfields, where Father Michael O'Donnell had climbed to survey the devastation that 7 weeks of sustained gang warfare had wrought upon his parish. Smoke rose from more than a dozen fires that had been burning throughout the night, marking the locations where rival criminal organizations had destroyed each other's strongholds, legitimate businesses that had chosen the wrong side in the escalating conflict, and residential buildings whose occupants had been caught between forces that showed no mercy to non-combatants who interfered with their military objectives. The streets below resembled scenes from continental battlefields more than the commercial districts of the world's greatest city. Barricades constructed from overturned carts, furniture, and debris blocked major thoroughfares, while armed sentries maintained positions that commanded approaches to territory controlled by different criminal organizations. The normal civilian population had largely evacuated areas where fighting was most intense, leaving behind urban terrain that had been transformed into killing fields, where survival required military skills that no civilian education could provide. But what made this conflict unprecedented was not simply its scale or intensity, but the sophisticated coordination that multiple criminal organizations had achieved in pursuing strategic objectives that extended far beyond traditional gang motivations. This was not random violence or opportunistic criminality, but systematic warfare conducted according to military principles by commanders who understood logistics, communications, intelligence gathering, and tactical coordination with a sophistication that would have impressed professional military officers. The immediate cause of the Great Gang War had been the assassination of Michael the Gentleman O'Brien on May 23, 1896, as he left Sunday morning services at St. Patrick's Catholic Church on Commercial Street. O'Brien had been killed not by rivals from competing London organisations, but by representatives of a Birmingham syndicate that had decided to eliminate local leadership as part of a systematic campaign to establish direct control over London's most profitable criminal enterprises. But O'Brien's murder had violated fundamental protocols that governed relationships between criminal organisations operating in different cities. The Northern Agreement that had been negotiated 2 years earlier had established procedures for resolving territorial disputes through negotiation and arbitration. While creating mechanisms for expansion and cooperation, that were designed to prevent the kind of violent confrontations that could attract unwanted attention from government authorities. The Birmingham Syndicate's decision to abandon these diplomatic processes in favour of direct military action had been based on intelligence suggesting that London's criminal organisations had been weakened by internal conflicts and law enforcement pressure, to the point where they could not mount effective resistance to outside intervention. But this intelligence had been fundamentally flawed, failing to account for the remarkable capacity for coordination and resource mobilisation that London's gangs could achieve when faced with external threats that endangered their collective survival. The response to O'Brien's assassination had been immediate and decisive. Within hours of his death, representatives from every major criminal organisation in London's East End had gathered in emergency session to coordinate what they declared to be a defensive war against foreign invasion of their traditional territories. Old rivalries and territorial disputes were temporarily set aside as former enemies united against threats that endangered the entire criminal ecosystem that had taken decades to develop and refine. Seamus the Blade O'Malley had emerged as the supreme commander of this unprecedented criminal alliance, his authority derived not from traditional gang leadership, but from his reputation as the most effective military strategist among London's criminal leaders. O'Malley had served with British forces in Afghanistan during the 1880s, gaining experience in irregular warfare that he had adapted to the requirements of urban gang conflict with remarkable success. Under O'Malley's leadership, London's criminal organisations had transformed themselves from competing gangs into a unified military force capable of conducting coordinated operations across multiple territories, while maintaining the logistical systems necessary to sustain extended combat operations. They had established command structures, communication networks, supply lines, and intelligence operations that functioned with efficiency that exceeded anything that individual criminal organisations had previously achieved. The first phase of the war had focused on eliminating Birmingham operatives who had established footholds in London during the months preceding O'Brien's assassination. These operations had been conducted with surgical precision, targeting specific individuals whose activities had been identified through intelligence networks that combined criminal sources with information provided by corrupt police officials who understood that Birmingham's success would threaten their own arrangements with local criminal organisations. But the Birmingham response had been far more aggressive and far more sophisticated than London's criminal leaders had anticipated. Rather than retreating or seeking negotiated settlement, Birmingham forces had escalated the conflict by targeting the civilian infrastructure that supported London's criminal operations. Legitimate businesses that provided services to criminal organisations found themselves subjected to systematic destruction, while residents who served as informants or supporters for local gangs were threatened with violence that forced them to choose between abandoning their criminal associations or accepting roles in an increasingly militarised conflict. The escalation had been deliberate and strategic, designed to force London's criminal organisations to commit resources to protecting civilian allies, while creating opportunities for Birmingham forces to strike at military targets that had been weakened by the diversion of personnel to defensive duties. But this strategy had also transformed what might have remained a limited conflict between criminal organisations into a broader war that affected entire communities and attracted attention from official authorities who could not ignore the breakdown of civil order that was occurring in large areas of London's East End. The second phase of the war had begun in mid-June with coordinated attacks on the economic infrastructure that sustained both criminal and legitimate activities throughout Whitechapel and surrounding districts. Birmingham forces had targeted transportation networks, communication systems, and financial institutions that served the broader community, creating conditions of chaos and uncertainty that were designed to undermine public confidence in local authorities while demonstrating Birmingham's capacity to disrupt the normal functioning of urban life. These attacks had been conducted using techniques that reflected detailed intelligence about London's infrastructure and systematic planning that had been conducted over months of preparation. Railroad lines had been sabotaged at strategic points that maximised disruption to both passenger and freight traffic, while telegraph lines had been cut in patterns that isolated different areas from central communication networks. Financial institutions that served both criminal and legitimate clients had been robbed or destroyed, creating economic uncertainty that affected entire communities. But perhaps most significantly, Birmingham forces had demonstrated their ability to coordinate with corrupt officials within London's government and law enforcement agencies, using insider information to time their attacks for maximum effectiveness, while minimising their exposure to official retaliation. This coordination had revealed the extent to which criminal corruption had penetrated London's institutional structures, creating vulnerabilities that outside forces could exploit to achieve objectives that purely criminal methods could not have accomplished. The response from London's unified criminal alliance had been swift and devastating. O'Malley had organised counterattacks that targeted Birmingham's support networks throughout London, while simultaneously striking at Birmingham operations in their home territory through coordinated actions that demonstrated London's own capacity for long-distance military operations. The most spectacular of these operations had been the destruction of Birmingham's primary weapon manufacturing facility on June 28th, conducted by a team of London criminals who had infiltrated Birmingham territory over several weeks, while establishing the intelligence networks and logistical support necessary for a complex sabotage operation. The explosion that destroyed the facility had been visible from miles away, serving as both practical military action and psychological warfare that demonstrated London's ability to strike at targets that Birmingham leadership had considered completely secure. But the London counter-offensive had also included systematic attacks on Birmingham personnel and infrastructure throughout London, conducted with a level of coordination and tactical sophistication that revealed the remarkable military capabilities that London's criminal organisations could achieve when their survival was threatened. Birmingham safe houses had been identified and eliminated, communication networks had been disrupted, and key personnel had been targeted for assassination or capture in operations that demonstrated professional-level intelligence gathering and operational planning. The third phase of the war had begun in early July with the arrival of reinforcements from Birmingham that included not just additional criminal personnel, but military veterans whose experience in colonial campaigns had provided them with expertise in urban warfare that exceeded anything that London's criminal organisations had previously encountered. These reinforcements had been equipped with military-grade weapons and explosives that transformed the conflict from gang warfare into something resembling conventional military operations. The escalation had forced London's criminal alliance to develop new tactics and capabilities that could address threats that exceeded the scope of traditional gang conflict. O'Malley had organised his forces into military-style units with specialised functions: reconnaissance groups that gathered intelligence about enemy positions and movements, assault teams that conducted targeted attacks on strategic objectives, and defensive forces that protected critical infrastructure and civilian populations within Allied territories. But perhaps most importantly, O'Malley had established communication and coordination systems that allowed London's criminal forces to operate as a unified military organisation, despite their origins as independent and often competing gangs. Command structures had been created that could coordinate activities across multiple territories, while supply systems had been developed that could maintain criminal forces with weapons, ammunition, medical care, and logistical support throughout extended combat operations. The effectiveness of these organisational innovations had been demonstrated during the Battle of Commercial Street on July 8th, when London forces had successfully defended their primary commercial district against a coordinated assault by Birmingham forces that had been intended to establish a permanent foothold in the heart of London's criminal territory. The battle had lasted 14 hours and had involved more than 300 combatants on both sides, making it one of the largest urban combat operations in British history. The London victory had been achieved through tactical coordination that combined defensive positions with mobile assault teams, allowing O'Malley's forces to contain Birmingham advances while conducting counterattacks that ultimately forced enemy withdrawal. But the battle had also demonstrated the limitations of criminal military capabilities, as both sides had suffered casualties that threatened their ability to sustain extended combat operations. By mid-July, the conflict had reached levels of intensity and destruction that could no longer be ignored by official authorities who had initially hoped that the criminal organisations would eliminate each other without requiring government intervention. The economic disruption caused by the gang war was affecting London's broader commercial activities, while the breakdown of civil order in large areas of the East End was creating humanitarian crises that threatened public health and safety throughout the metropolitan area. The decision to deploy military forces had been made reluctantly by government officials who understood that such intervention would acknowledge the failure of civil authorities to maintain order within the capital city of the British Empire, but the alternative, allowing criminal organisations to continue their war until one side achieved decisive victory, posed even greater risks to public order and government authority. The military intervention that began on July 20th involved the deployment of regular army units that had been equipped and trained for urban combat operations. These forces had been given explicit authority to use whatever force was necessary to restore order, while being instructed to treat all combatants as enemy forces regardless of their organisational affiliations or claim justifications for their activities. The army's approach to ending the gang war had been systematic and overwhelming, using superior firepower and coordinated tactics to eliminate resistance from both Birmingham and London forces while establishing military control over territories that had been controlled by criminal organisations. The operation had been conducted with efficiency that demonstrated the enormous advantages that professional military forces possessed over even the most sophisticated criminal organisations when official authorities chose to employ their full capabilities. But the military intervention had also revealed the remarkable resilience and adaptability that criminal organisations had developed through years of evolution in response to official pressure. Rather than engaging in direct confrontation with military forces that they could not defeat, both Birmingham and London criminals had adapted their tactics to focus on survival and preservation of organisational capabilities that could be employed for future operations when military pressure had been reduced. The Great Gang War of 896 had lasted exactly 10 weeks and had resulted in casualties that exceeded those of many colonial military campaigns, while demonstrating both the potential and the limitations of criminal organisation as an alternative to official authority. The conflict had proven that criminal organisations could achieve levels of coordination and tactical sophistication that rivaled military forces, but it had also shown that such capabilities could not ultimately overcome the superior resources and legal authority that government forces could deploy when political circumstances required decisive action. The aftermath of the war would reshape criminal organisation throughout London and beyond, as surviving gang members were forced to develop new approaches to criminal activity that could operate effectively under increased official surveillance while avoiding the kind of large-scale confrontations that had proven so costly during the summer of 1896. The great experiment in criminal warfare had ended, but its lessons would influence the development of organised crime throughout the modern world. Chapter 14: Empire's Dark Underbelly. The blood that flowed through London's East End during the summer of 1896 carried more than the DNA of Irish immigrants, English labourers, and continental refugees who had fallen in the Great Gang War. It carried the genetic signature of an empire in moral decay. A civilization whose global dominance had been built upon systematic exploitation that created the very conditions that made criminal organisation both necessary and inevitable. To understand the Hooligans of Whitechapel, one must first understand the empire that created them, the economic system that abandoned them, and the social Darwinism that justified their exclusion from the benefits of progress that their labour had made possible. Picture Sir Reginald Pemberton Ashworth, Under-Secretary for Colonial Affairs, standing at the windows of his Whitehall office on the morning of August 15, 1896, reading police reports about the military intervention that had finally ended the gang warfare that had consumed London's East End for 10 weeks. Pemberton Ashworth was one of the architects of imperial policy who had spent his career managing the extraction of wealth from territories throughout the British Empire. But the documents spread across his mahogany desk described forms of violence and social organisation that forced him to confront uncomfortable truths about the relationship between imperial prosperity and domestic degradation. The reports detailed casualty figures that exceeded those from many colonial campaigns. 247 confirmed deaths, more than 800 serious injuries, and property damage estimated at over $200,000. Figures that represented not abstract statistics, but human costs of economic policies that Pemberton Ashworth and his colleagues had implemented without considering their effects on populations that existed outside the boundaries of respectable society. The gang war had been conducted using weapons, tactics, and organisational methods that reflected military experience gained in imperial service, as veterans of Afghanistan, Burma, and South Africa had applied their professional knowledge to the very different but equally violent environment of urban criminal competition. But what disturbed Pemberton Ashworth most profoundly was the recognition that the criminal organizations that had fought with such devastating effectiveness were not aberrations or failures of imperial civilization, but logical products of economic and social systems that he had spent his career defending and extending throughout the world. The same principles of competitive exploitation that had enabled British domination of global markets had created domestic conditions where criminal organization provided better opportunities for advancement and security than legitimate alternatives offered to populations whose labor had built the empire, but who had been excluded from sharing its benefits. The economic foundation of the gang war lay in the systematic maldistribution of imperial wealth that concentrated profits in the hands of investors and administrators, while creating subsistence wages and unemployment for the workers whose efforts generated the resources that sustained British global dominance. The dockyards, factories and commercial enterprises of London's East End processed goods and commodities that flowed from every corner of the empire, but the profits from this trade were extracted by financial institutions and commercial networks that had no connection to the communities where the actual work was performed. Young men like Seamus O'Malley and Michael O'Brien had been driven to criminal organisation not by moral failure or cultural inadequacy, but by rational calculation that legitimate employment offered no realistic path to economic security or social advancement. The jobs available to Irish immigrants, English labourers, and foreign refugees paid wages that barely covered the rent on shared beds in overcrowded lodging houses, while providing no protection against injury, illness, or economic downturns that could destroy families within weeks of their occurrence. Criminal organisation, by contrast, offered entrepreneurial opportunities that could generate substantial income while providing forms of social security and mutual support that legitimate institutions had failed to develop. Gang members who demonstrated ability and loyalty could advance to positions of authority and responsibility that would have been unattainable through legitimate career paths, while criminal organizations provided their members with medical care, financial assistance and personal protection that exceeded anything available through official social services. The global context of British imperial expansion had created additional incentives for criminal organization by providing markets for illegal goods and services that generated profits far exceeding those available through legitimate trade. The same shipping networks that carried imperial commerce could transport contraband substances, stolen goods, and wanted criminals between British territories throughout the world, while corrupt officials who facilitated imperial trade could be induced to extend similar services to criminal organizations whose operations generated substantial supplementary income for underpaid colonial administrators. Consider the case of Captain James Forsyth, a veteran of military service in India who had returned to London in 1892 with knowledge of opium trade networks, weapon smuggling operations, and intelligence-gathering techniques that he had learned during years of managing what imperial authorities euphemistically called irregular operations on the northwestern frontier. Forsyth's military pension provided barely enough income to maintain lower middle-class respectability, but his specialized knowledge had made him valuable to criminal organizations whose operations required expertise in logistics, security, and international commerce. Within 3 years, Forsyth had become one of the most important figures in London's criminal underworld, using his military connections and imperial experience to establish smuggling networks that operated throughout the British Empire, while maintaining the appearance of legitimate commercial activity. His success demonstrated that imperial service had provided thousands of military veterans with skills and contacts that were far more valuable in criminal enterprises than in legitimate careers that offered limited opportunities for advancement or enrichment. The weapons that had made the gang war so devastating had been acquired through networks that reflected the global scope of British imperial influence. Military-grade firearms had been diverted from colonial arsenals through corrupt supply officers who had learned that criminal organizations could pay better prices than official procurement systems offered. Explosives had been obtained from mining operations throughout the empire, while edged weapons had been manufactured using techniques and materials that had been developed for equipping colonial military forces. But perhaps most significantly, the tactical knowledge that had enabled criminal organizations to conduct sustained military operations had been acquired through imperial service that had trained entire generations of working-class men in the arts of irregular warfare, or intelligence gathering and colonial administration. Veterans of campaigns in Afghanistan, Burma, South Africa, and other imperial territories had returned to Britain with expertise in urban warfare, logistics management, and organizational leadership that proved far more applicable to criminal enterprises than to the limited civilian career opportunities available to former soldiers whose social backgrounds excluded them from administrative or professional positions. The international dimensions of criminal organization had been facilitated by imperial communication and transportation networks that allowed criminal groups to coordinate activities across vast distances while maintaining operational security that prevented effective law enforcement response. The same telegraph systems that enabled imperial administration could carry coded messages between criminal organizations operating in different parts of the empire, while steamship networks that maintained imperial commerce provided transportation for criminal personnel and illegal goods that could reach any British territory within weeks of departure from London. Mary McNeil's female criminal network had established operations in British territories throughout the world, using imperial shipping to transport specially trained operatives who could establish local criminal organizations while maintaining communication and coordination with London leadership. These international operations had generated profits that far exceeded anything that purely domestic criminal activities could have produced, while providing criminal organizations with global resources and capabilities that no law enforcement agency could effectively monitor or counter. The social ideology that justified imperial expansion had also provided intellectual frameworks that criminal organizations could employ to rationalize their activities and recruit personnel who might otherwise have been reluctant to engage in illegal enterprises. The same social Darwinist theories that justified British domination of inferior peoples could be applied to relationships between criminal organizations and the legitimate society that had excluded their members from equal participation in imperial prosperity. Criminal leaders like Thomas Shelby had explicitly adopted imperial rhetoric and organizational models, presenting their activities as entrepreneurial enterprises that employed competitive methods to achieve success in hostile environments where conventional approaches had proven inadequate. They argued that criminal organization represented a form of social evolution that allowed excluded populations to develop alternative institutions that served their needs more effectively than official ones that had been designed to serve the interests of privileged classes. But the most profound connection between imperial expansion and domestic criminal organization lay in the moral corruption that had resulted from decades of systematic exploitation of colonial populations. The same officials who administered territories where British commercial interests extracted wealth through violence and deception had created domestic policies that treated working-class populations as expendable resources whose welfare was subordinate to the requirements of imperial commerce and industrial production. The casual brutality that characterized gang warfare reflected not the inherent criminality of working-class populations, but their adaptation of techniques for survival and advancement that they had learned from observing the methods that respectable society employed in managing imperial territories. Young men like Seamus O'Malley had discovered that the same approaches to competition, resource extraction, and territorial control that had made Britain the dominant global power could be applied with equal effectiveness to the urban environment of London's East End. The government's decision to deploy military forces against criminal organisations had been made by officials who failed to recognise that they were employing the same methods against domestic populations that they routinely used to maintain control over colonial territories. The army units that had been dispatched to end the gang war had been equipped and trained for colonial campaigns, while their commanders had been selected based on experience in suppressing rebellions and maintaining order in territories where British authority was maintained primarily through superior firepower and systematic intimidation. But the military intervention had also revealed the limitations of approaches to social control that depended entirely on force, rather than addressing the underlying conditions that made criminal organisation attractive to excluded populations. The gang war had ended not because military pressure had eliminated criminal organisations, but because the costs of sustained warfare had become too high for criminal groups, whose primary objectives involved economic advancement rather than political revolution. The aftermath of the military intervention had forced government officials to acknowledge that purely punitive approaches to criminal organisation were inadequate for addressing social problems that had been created by economic policies and imperial priorities that treated domestic working-class populations as colonial subjects whose welfare was subordinate to the requirements of global commercial competition. Pemberton Ashworth's analysis of the gang war's causes and consequences had led him to conclusions that challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between imperial prosperity and domestic social order. The criminal organisations that had fought with such devastating effectiveness were not enemies of British civilization, but products of imperial policies that had created domestic conditions where legitimate institutions could not provide adequate opportunities for social advancement or economic security. The international scope of criminal organisation had demonstrated that imperial networks created opportunities for illegal enterprises that operated according to the same principles of competitive exploitation that characterised legitimate imperial commerce. Criminal groups that learned to employ imperial resources and organisational methods could achieve levels of success that exceeded those available through legal alternatives, while developing capabilities that challenged the authority of official institutions throughout the empire. The weapons, tactics, and organisational knowledge that had made the gang war so destructive had been acquired through imperial service that had trained working-class men in skills that proved more valuable for criminal enterprises than for legitimate careers. The same military experience that had enabled British domination of colonial territories had provided criminal organisations with capabilities that allowed them to challenge official authority within the imperial homeland itself. But perhaps most disturbing was Pemberton Ashworth's recognition that the moral frameworks that justified imperial expansion had also provided intellectual foundations for criminal organisation that presented illegal enterprises as legitimate responses to systematic exclusion from imperial prosperity. Criminal leaders who employed social Darwinist rhetoric to justify their activities were using the same ideological tools that imperial administrators used to rationalise the exploitation of colonial populations. The Hooligans of Whitechapel were not aberrations of imperial civilization, but its logical products. Young men who had learned that survival and advancement required the same combination of violence, organisation, and territorial control that had made Britain the dominant global power. Their criminal enterprises reflected not the failure of imperial values, but their successful application to domestic conditions that legitimate institutions had failed to address through legal and peaceful methods. The empire's dark underbelly had been exposed not by foreign enemies or colonial rebellions, but by domestic populations whose criminal organisation demonstrated that imperial methods could be employed as effectively against British institutions as they had been against foreign territories. The Gang War of 1896 had revealed that the techniques for exploitation and control that sustained British global dominance could be turned against the imperial homeland by populations who had been excluded from sharing the benefits of the civilization they had helped to create. As Pemberton Ashworth stood at his window overlooking the seat of imperial power, he understood that the violence that had consumed London's East End represented more than criminal conflict. It constituted a form of domestic imperialism, where excluded populations had learned to employ the same methods of territorial conquest and resource extraction that characterized British expansion throughout the world. The empire had created its own enemies, and they had proven remarkably adept at using imperial tools to challenge imperial authority. Chapter 15. Legacy of Terror. As the smoke cleared from the devastated streets of Whitechapel, in the aftermath of the Great Gang War, and military patrols replaced the Razor Kings and bottle fighters who had ruled these territories through violence and fear, the true significance of what had occurred during those blood-soaked decades began to emerge. The Hooligans of Victorian London had not simply been a criminal aberration that could be suppressed through superior force. They had been pioneers in forms of social organisation that would reshape urban life throughout the industrialised world for generations to come, leaving legacies that continue to influence the development of organised crime, law enforcement, and urban governance in ways that most people never recognise or understand. Picture Detective Inspector Edmund Reed, now retired from Scotland Yard, sitting in the reading room of the British Museum on a grey December morning in 1920, surrounded by newspapers and scholarly articles that documented the spread of organised gang activity throughout cities across the British Empire and beyond. Reed had spent his final years of active service attempting to understand the broader implications of the criminal innovations he had witnessed during his decades patrolling London's East End, and the materials spread before him told a story of global influence that exceeded even his most pessimistic predictions about the long-term consequences of Victorian gang culture. The techniques that London's gangs had developed for territorial control, protection rackets, and systematic violence had been exported to every major city in the English-speaking world through networks of criminal migration that followed the same patterns as legitimate immigration and commercial expansion. Irish criminals who had learned their trade in Whitechapel's brutal environment had established similar organizations in New York, Boston, and Chicago, while English gang veterans had created criminal enterprises in Melbourne, Sydney, and Toronto that employed organizational methods and tactical approaches that were virtually identical to those pioneered in London's East End. But the influence had extended far beyond direct criminal migration to encompass broader patterns of urban development and social organization that reflected the systemic conditions that had made gang formation both possible and profitable in Victorian London. The same combination of rapid industrialization, massive immigration, inadequate social services, and systematic exclusion of working-class populations from legitimate opportunities had created similar criminal ecosystems in every major industrial city throughout the world. The American cities that had experienced the most dramatic expansion of organized gang activity during the early 20th century had replicated not just the criminal techniques pioneered in London, but the entire social ecology that had made such techniques effective. Immigrant populations concentrated in overcrowded urban districts with minimal government services had developed their own forms of mutual aid and territorial defense, while corrupt relationships between criminals and official authorities had created the same forms of hybrid governance that had characterized Victorian London's gang-controlled territories. Consider the case of Monk Eastman, the leader of New York's Eastman Gang, whose organizational methods and territorial control techniques were directly derived from innovations that had been developed by London's East End gangs during the 1880s and 1890s. Eastman's protection rackets employed the same combination of genuine service provision and systematic intimidation that had made Michael O'Brien's commercial street operations so successful, while his recruitment and training methods reflected detailed understanding of the psychological conditioning techniques that had been perfected by criminal organizations like Mary McNeil's Female Network. But Eastman's most significant innovation involved his recognition that American urban conditions provided opportunities for criminal expansion that had been limited in London by the smaller scale of British cities and the more centralized nature of British government administration. American cities offered larger territories for criminal control, more diverse populations for recruitment and exploitation, and more decentralized government structures that were easier for criminal organizations to infiltrate and manipulate. The result was the development of American gang organizations that achieved levels of territorial control and political influence that exceeded anything that London's Victorian criminals had been able to accomplish. By 1920, criminal organizations in cities like New York, Chicago, and Boston controlled territories that encompassed hundreds of city blocks, while maintaining relationships with elected officials, law enforcement agencies, and legitimate businesses that made them integral components of urban governance rather than simply criminal parasites that operated outside official institutions. The techniques that American gangs employed for managing these expanded operations had been directly influenced by organizational innovations that had emerged from London's gang culture during the 1890s. The systematic approaches to protection rackets, the sophisticated methods for corrupting official institutions, and the complex protocols for managing territorial disputes had all been developed originally by London criminals who had been forced to create alternative forms of social organization in response to systematic exclusion from legitimate society. But American gang organizations had also developed innovations that exceeded the scope of their London predecessors, particularly in areas that involved integration with legitimate political and economic institutions. American criminals had discovered that democratic political systems provided opportunities for criminal influence that had been unavailable in Britain's more hierarchical social structure, while the larger scale and greater diversity of American cities created possibilities for criminal specialization and coordination that British gangs had never been able to achieve. The influence of London's gang innovations had also extended to law enforcement organizations throughout the world, as police agencies had been forced to develop new approaches to criminal investigation and prevention that could address the challenges posed by organized criminal groups whose capabilities exceeded those of traditional individual criminals or small criminal associations. The detective methods that had been pioneered by investigators like Edmund Reed had been adopted by police agencies throughout the British Empire and beyond, while the intelligence gathering and surveillance techniques that had been developed in response to London's gang activity had become standard components of law enforcement training programs throughout the industrialized world. But perhaps more significantly, the failure of traditional law enforcement approaches to address organized gang activity had forced police agencies to develop their own forms of systematic organization and coordination that mirrored many of the innovations that criminal groups had pioneered. Police departments had learned to employ territorial control strategies, intelligence networks, and coordinated operations that reflected detailed study of criminal organizational methods, while developing institutional relationships that allowed them to compete more effectively with criminal organizations for influence within urban communities. The military intervention that had ended London's Great Gang War had established precedents for government responses to organized criminal activity that would influence the development of law enforcement throughout the 20th century. The recognition that criminal organizations could achieve levels of coordination and tactical capability that exceeded the scope of civilian law enforcement had led to the development of specialized police units that were equipped and trained according to military principles, while creating legal frameworks that allowed police agencies to employ methods that had previously been reserved for military campaigns against foreign enemies. These developments had fundamentally altered the relationship between criminal organizations and official authorities, transforming what had previously been conflicts between individual criminals and local law enforcement into systematic campaigns between organized institutions that possessed comparable capabilities and resources. The gang wars of the 20th century would be fought between opponents who understood each other's methods and capabilities with a sophistication that had been impossible during the pioneer days of criminal organization in Victorian London. But the most profound legacy of London's hooligans involved their demonstration that excluded populations could develop alternative forms of social organization that provided better solutions to problems of urban life than official institutions had been able to achieve. The territorial control, dispute resolution, and mutual aid systems that criminal organizations had created in response to systematic social exclusion had proven more effective than legitimate alternatives in addressing the practical needs of working-class urban populations. This recognition had influenced the development of social welfare systems, urban planning policies, and community organization programs throughout the industrialized world, as government authorities had been forced to acknowledge that criminal organizations succeeded because they provided services that legitimate institutions had failed to deliver effectively. The social innovations that had emerged from London's criminal underworld had been incorporated into legitimate institutional structures that reflected detailed study of why criminal alternatives had proven so attractive to excluded populations. Consider the development of settlement houses, community centres, and social service organisations that had been established in working-class urban districts throughout Britain and America during the early 20th century. These institutions employed organisational methods and service delivery approaches that were directly derived from successful criminal innovations, while providing legitimate alternatives to criminal organisation that addressed the same social needs that had made gang membership attractive to excluded populations. The youth programs, employment services, and mutual aid networks that had been developed by settlement house workers reflected detailed understanding of the psychological and social factors that had made criminal recruitment so successful, while creating legitimate institutions that could compete effectively with criminal organisations for influence within urban communities. But the most lasting influence of Victorian gang culture involved its demonstration that urban populations possessed remarkable capabilities for self-organisation and institutional innovation when legitimate authorities failed to address their needs effectively. The criminal organisations that had emerged from London's East End had proven that excluded populations could develop sophisticated approaches to territorial control, resource management, and conflict resolution that reflected intelligence and creativity that mainstream society had systematically underestimated. This recognition had contributed to broader changes in social and political attitudes that acknowledged the capabilities and legitimate interests of working-class urban populations, while creating opportunities for legitimate political participation and social advancement that had been unavailable during the early stages of industrial development. The democratic reforms, labour organising rights, and social welfare systems that had been established throughout the industrialised world during the early 20th century reflected, in part, recognition that systematic exclusion created conditions where criminal organisation became a rational alternative to legitimate participation in social and economic institutions. By 1920, the techniques that had been pioneered by London's hooligans had become standard components of organised criminal activity throughout the world, while their innovations in territorial control, systematic violence, and alternative governance had been incorporated into legitimate institutional structures that reflected detailed study of why criminal approaches had proven so effective in addressing urban social problems. But their influence had also extended into areas that the original gang pioneers could never have anticipated. The organizational methods they had developed for managing criminal enterprises had been adapted by legitimate businesses, military organizations, and government agencies that recognized the effectiveness of approaches that combined hierarchical authority with operational flexibility and entrepreneurial innovation. The psychological techniques they had developed for recruitment and conditioning had influenced the development of advertising, political organization, and social movement activism that employed similar methods for creating loyalty and commitment among target populations. The intelligence gathering and surveillance methods they had pioneered had become standard components of government security agencies and commercial market research organizations that recognized the value of techniques that had been developed for managing competitive relationships in hostile environments. Most remarkably, the territorial control strategies they had developed for managing urban environments had influenced the development of city planning, community organization, and local government structures that reflected detailed understanding of how populations could be organized and controlled through systematic provision of services, security, and opportunities for advancement. As Reed closed his files and prepared to leave the British Museum reading room, he understood that the hooligans whose criminal careers he had spent decades investigating had achieved a form of immortality that extended far beyond their individual lifespans or specific criminal enterprises. Their innovations in organization, strategy, and tactical application had become integral components of modern urban civilization, influencing the development of institutions and social relationships that shaped the daily lives of millions of people who had no awareness of the criminal origins of methods and approaches that had become normalized aspects of legitimate social organization. The legacy of terror that had emerged from Victorian London's gang culture was not simply the perpetuation of criminal violence and social disorder, but the transformation of urban life itself through innovations that had proven valuable enough to be adopted by legitimate institutions throughout the world. The Hooligans of Whitechapel had won their ultimate victory not through criminal success, but through the recognition that their approaches to social organization were superior to legitimate alternatives that had failed to address the practical needs of urban populations. Their techniques lived on in police departments and government agencies, in business corporations and social service organizations, in community groups and political movements that employed methods that had been pioneered in the blood-soaked streets of Victorian London. The Razor Kings and bottle fighters had been defeated by military intervention, but their intellectual descendants continued to shape the development of modern civilization in ways that made their influence both pervasive and permanent. The children of violence had become the teachers of the 20th century, and their lessons continued to influence the development of urban life throughout the world in ways that most people would never recognize or understand. The Hooligans of Whitechapel had achieved the kind of lasting influence that most respectable citizens could only dream of attaining, proving that innovation and adaptation could triumph over social exclusion and official oppression when applied with sufficient intelligence, determination, and systematic organization. The legacy of terror had become the foundation of modern urban civilization, and the shadows cast by Victorian gang culture continued to shape the development of organized society throughout the industrialized world in ways that testified to the remarkable creativity and resilience of populations who had been written off by mainstream society, but who had refused to accept the limitations that others had attempted to impose upon their ambitions and capabilities. Thus concludes our journey through the dark alleys and blood-soaked territories of Victorian London's most feared criminal organizations. From the desperate beginnings of young immigrants seeking survival on hostile streets, through the sophisticated networks of protection, violence, and alternative governance that they created, to the global influence that their innovations would exercise on urban civilization throughout the modern world. We have witnessed the transformation of exclusion into organization, of desperation into systematic power, and of criminal enterprise into lasting social influence. The Hooligans of Whitechapel were more than mere criminals. They were pioneers who explored new frontiers of human social organization under conditions that would have destroyed less resilient populations. Their legacy lives on not just in the continuing evolution of organized crime, but in the institutional structures, social relationships, and urban governance systems that shape modern city life throughout the world. Rest well, dear listeners, but remember that the shadows of history often contain the origins of forces that continue to shape our world in ways we have only begun to understand. The lessons of Victorian gang culture remain relevant for anyone who seeks to comprehend how excluded populations respond to systematic social abandonment, how innovation emerges from necessity, and how the techniques developed by those whom society discards often prove superior to the methods employed by those whom society celebrates. Until we meet again in the darkness where history's most profound truths await discovery, may you walk safely through all the territories, legitimate and otherwise, that comprise the complex landscape of modern urban civilization.